If you're a student, raise your hand if you're a student. Okay. Raise your hand if you're a working professional. Amazing. So from a student to a professional, your purpose that you're looking for from a community can be different, right? So when you say, for an example, now, if you're a student, you'll be looking at like introductory contents, and you'll be also looking at, hey, how can I grow in my career type of contents? And then if you, like purpose, right? And then you're also, if you're someone, a professional, you probably will be looking at networking opportunities. You would be probably looking at maybe like, hey, I want to deep dive into some of these technological elements, right? So the purpose can differ from one user group to another. So purpose is like the first thing that you definitely should be looking at before you want to become a part of a community. Second one is content. Of course, what type of contents are being discussed? What are some of the touch base points that you would have? For an example, now, as I was explaining earlier as well, now, if you're someone who are just starting off, the contents for you, what matters is that how you get started. Versus if you're a professional, for you, you want to solve something at work. Yeah. So those type of like different contents would be discussed at different communities. So second one is on content. Third one is people and culture. What type of people do you meet by being a part of these communities? What type of a culture is it there in this particular community? It's very important. Benefits, of course, this is very self-explanatory. What do I get by being a part of the community, right? So benefits. The final one, X factor. What is this X factor? First four elements actually it can be generic to most of you, but X factor will depend on you. X factor basically what makes you stick to a community, what makes you take you back to a community. For me, as I was explaining to you earlier, why I became part of that ARVR community is because they serve pizza and Milo, right? For you, your X factor can be different because they give you like different swags, or maybe they like explain some of like the very deep technical stuff in a very simple way. Your X factor can be different from one community to another, right? So let me put this into context by explaining through some of like the awesome things that the community here in Malaysia is doing. So AWS community in Malaysia. Okay, so let me strap that back. So AWS community across the globe have three programs. First program is AWS User Groups program, which is Kaushik and the rest of the crowd is running. Second program is AWS Community Builders program. Third one is AWS Heroes program. So these three programs are available here for every developer in Malaysia. So you should be a part of it. So now let me put this into context by explaining to you by putting this into context by explaining to you by every single program that we have. So AWS User Group. AWS User Group is basically community-led, volunteer-driven organizations that enable peer-to-peer learning, right? So you get together and then you learn something new, right? So in Malaysia, there are three chapters. Kuala Lumpur chapter, Penang chapter, and then there's like a latest, hottest one is from Johor. Awesome. Anyone from Johor? Woo-hoo! Awesome. That's really cool. So we have three chapters here in Malaysia. Now, KL chapter has a long-standing history. They were started back in 2015. 8 years in running a meetup for 8 years, not an easy feat. Now it's and this user group is ran by Kaushik, Mo, and then Gauhar in combination. And then we have user group Penang. User group Penang. Anyone from Penang? It's a long way to come. But yeah, there's one person. Let's give it an applause. Woo! So Penang user group is run by Sujay. And then Sujay just started off this user group a couple of months ago. If you're interested in helping out Sujay, please do talk to Sujay how you can get involved. So Johor chapter is ran by Irfan and Afrin. So thank you very much for starting all this user group in Johor. So amazing. So we have three. Woo! So all these three user groups are actually doing some amazing work here in here in Malaysia. Now, let's put that framework into practice, right? What's the framework that we talk about? The key elements framework. First one, purpose. Second one, contents. Third one, people and culture. Fourth one, benefits. Fifth one, the X factor, right? Okay, let's put that into perspective very quickly. First one, purpose is basically to enable developers in Malaysia about AWS contents, right? Any user group, they would get together, talk about AWS related contents. So the content wise, it varies. Now I know for a fact your requirements as a developer might vary. So because of that reason, the user groups here would change the content that they discuss. It could be from a very introductory level to a very advanced level topic as well. People and culture. Now, people. What I've seen unique about user group, AWS user group here in Malaysia is that I would say 90% of the attendees are professionals. That's an amazing thing that you don't see in most of the user groups or communities. Now, since they are coming from a background of a professional background, it doesn't mean that if you're someone who's starting out, you should not engage. You should be engaging with this community, because that's how you can progress through your career, and then you can learn from who have walked the path that you are about to walk as well. So people with a different background, and then of course culture. As far as I know, that's a very open culture. So you should consider looking at this as well. So we spoke about people. Now it's about benefits. Of course, you get some of like the really good content that AWS has. You get AWS credits. You also get to meet some of our amazing Amazonian speakers who are being a part of these talk sessions. And finally, X factor. For AWS user groups here, the X factor, in my opinion, I'll give an example by using AWS user group user group Kuala Lumpur, because they have been in this whole system for a very long time. For me, two reasons: the X factor of AWS user group Kuala Lumpur, resilience and consistency. Why do I say resilience and consistency? Is that you all remember, if you are part of a community, how many communities were shut down during the time of pandemic? A lot of these user groups went dormant, but not AWS user group Malaysia. I remember joining online meetups that they hosted, only had about 4 to 5 people. As an organizer, it can be discouraging. You put in a lot of effort and then only four or five people turning up, right? It can be discouraging, but they pushed through. Now, every single user group meetup that you will see exceeds 100 people, 150 people. It's because they kept on pushing. They found that passion for community. They found that consistency across even during these tough times. So for me, is the resilience and the consistency that AWS user group Kuala Lumpur has as an X factor. In your case, it can be different. You'll have to be a part of the community. So I would encourage, if you're not a part of AWS user group program, come and talk to the organizers. You'll be able to learn more. Second program is the AWS Community Builders Program. So AWS Community Builders Program is basically AWS Community Builders Program is basically a program that recognizes individuals who are very passionate about AWS technologies, and they write blogs, and they also kind of encourage others also to learn about AWS. They are just starting off. Some of the folks can be like have 1-2 years of experience in their career, so just starting off, right? So we do have about 6 community builders here in Malaysia. You see some of their photos, but I also learned that we have Moinul, who have moved from Bangladesh to Malaysia for employment. And then we also have Dheeraj, who have come all the way from India to speak to you today at a different session. And I also know Najib is going to give you like a talk as well. So if we put this framework of purpose, content, people and culture, and then benefits, and of course, the X factor. Purpose is to upskill people who are part of this community. This is a community-led program. AWS Community Builders Program is a AWS-led program. And then our idea is to upskill who are part of this program, right? It could be so the content-wise, we speak about technical contents. We also talk about like how you can build your muscle in terms of not this muscle, but this muscle. How you can build your muscle in terms of your presentation skills, your public speaking skills, etc. So those are like the contents. People and culture varies because I was saying 2,000 people, 2,000 plus people across the globe. So they bring in different experiences, different sort of cultures that you get exposed to. Benefits. Wow, there are lots of benefits. You ask the community builders, they'll tell you. And then the jacket that I'm wearing also from that program. So anyways, being a part of community builders program, you get swags, you get credits. Most importantly, you get certification vouchers to take examinations. And I would say, for me, one of the key benefits is that you will be exposed to different cultures while sitting in Malaysia. You'll be exposed to someone in LATAM. You'll be exposed to someone in US. You'll be exposed to someone in Japan, because it's a global community altogether. So that's, for me, it's one of the key benefit. And then, of course, the X factor, as I was saying, will depend on you. So if you want to learn more about the program, please feel free to talk to our community builders who's present over here, all these folks. And then, of course, there are a couple of friends over there as well who will be able to answer if you may have any questions around community builders program. So the final program that we have is AWS Heroes program. AWS Heroes program is a program similar to AWS Community Builders program, but this is nomination only. So this is a program that identifies technologists, community builders across the world who have done extensive amount of knowledge sharing about AWS and have done amazing work around AWS community. So here in Malaysia, we have one hero, that's Kaushik. So Kaushik is a community hero, and across the world we have about only 200 plus people as heroes. So heroes is, I call it the elite group of people because they get bunch of really cool stuff, which I'm going to talk to you about in the benefits section. This apart from being a part of like an elite group, why I call it an elite group is that couple of reasons. How many of you have listened to Dr. Werner Vogel's presentations? Okay, first of all, how many of you know Dr. Werner Vogels? Raise of hands. Okay, so if you don't know about Dr. Werner Vogels, you should go and search for his details. He's the Chief Technology Officer at Amazon.com, and he's an amazing individual. He has like amazing set of like papers that he has like been a part of. There are some amazing like talks that he has given. Please to go and check those out. So every year, Dr. Werner Vogels would speak at reInvent. So reInvent, how many of you have heard about reInvent, AWS reInvent? Raise of hands. Okay. For those who don't know AWS reInvent, it's the conference that we announce about new latest products and then service features, etc. that gets released by AWS. So every year, Dr. Werner Vogels has a presentation, and that's one of the most look forward to presentations if you are a developer, if you are a builder, because he talks about some deep tech stuff, right? So Dr. Werner Vogels actually invites these heroes to be a part of his keynote. That's not an easy thing to get. It's not an easy sort of opportunity to get to be a part of his keynote. So heroes, so we had two heroes being a part of his keynote in 2021 and 2022. So we had Mike Coulter. Mike Coulter was featured for his amazing work that he's doing in CDK. And he also was recognized by Now Go Build Award that is given to the amazing community contributions that people do. Mike Coulter was featured. And then last year, Angela Timofti was featured as well in his keynote, the amazing work that she's doing as a part of the as a part of her company, Trustpilot. So Mike Coulter is a dev tools hero, and then Angela Timofti is a serverless hero. So now, apart from being featured in this keynote, they also go and educate other folks across the globe as well. For an example, Sandeep, whom that you're going to listen to after like I think towards the evening, you're going to listen to Sandeep Das. Sandeep Das is a container hero. He's all the way from India, who have visited here to give a talk to you. And that's one hero that we have. But we also have another hero seated over there silently. That's Steve Teo. Steve Teo is the user group, Singapore AWS user group leader, and also he's a community hero who have come all the way from Malaysia and then trying to help out the AWS community day, which is happening in Malaysia. So these heroes are amazing set of people, and you want to learn more about this program, we do have heroes that you can reach out to, do talk to them. And doesn't mean that this is sort of like this is usually not an easy program to get into, because the bar is very high to become a hero. So if you want to learn how these folks have reached that high bar, you should talk to them. Yeah, okay. So now I have covered all three of this program. Now I have actually covered a lot of my presentation already. So now you know why people become part of a community, and you also know about what are some of the things that should be looking at. And yeah, one thing that I missed out is, if you were wondering, hey, Shafraz, you didn't put the framework into Heroes program. Heroes program framework is also similar to AWS Community Builders. Only thing is that they have some additional sort of benefits. For an example, they get access to some of the product teams at AWS, similar to AWS Community Builders program. Like, say for an example, if you're working with EC2, if you're working with Lambda, how many of you have used EC2? Wouldn't that be cool to kind of like engage and learn with the team who's building that? Be really cool, right? So heroes and then community builders get this access, because all these community builders and heroes, they sign an NDA, and they get access to some of our product team and services team, for an example, serverless as well. That's one of like the cool benefits that you get being a part of being a hero and community builder. And of course, heroes gets to fly to the US, be featured in some of these keynotes. Amazing set of opportunities that people have. So that's actually about AWS heroes, the sort of like additional benefits that they get. Now, okay, so now, if you're someone who's interested in community, who's interested in kind of like contributing, what AWS have started doing is that bring all these contents into one place. So we recently launched community.aws. If you are someone who's into blogging, vlogging, etc., once you become part of this AWS Community Builders program or AWS Heroes program, these folks get an opportunity to push their contents over here. Of course, there's a vetting process that happens through, but this is an amazing resource if you want to go and check out and learn from the community itself. So this is an additional benefit that we give to our community, that to showcase that, hey, you folks are doing some amazing work. We need to help you out to showcase that. All right. Cool. So now you know. So in my presentation, actually, I've covered why and what. So what are the why reasons? Why do people become part of community? Three things, right? Belongingness, recognition, growth, right? And what are the reasons that you should? What are some of the reasons that you should be looking at before becoming part of a community? Purpose, contents, people and culture, benefits, and then X factor. So these two together, when you put that into a Venn diagram, is where you meet in the middle. Your whys, your whats can be different from one person to another. You can be like looking at all three whys, and then you can be looking at all three whats. Some of you might be just looking at one why or one what, right? So it depends on you, totally depends on you. But you are at this very sweet spot now. It's because you are at a juncture where these community programs are doing some amazing work that you should be a part of. Now, the ultimate question now is, hey, Shafraz, I know about why I should be a part of a community program. now I also know what are some of the things that I should be looking at before joining a community program, right? So now the question is, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna, the presentation slide's gonna steal my thunder. So anyways, what's the best time to join a community? Is now. Okay, so I was gonna through the presentation slide, I'm gonna talk to you about like, hey, this is give a bit of suspense and then to say like, hey, now. But yeah, here you go. So the best time to join a community is now. It's because why? If you have observed the community programs are restarting now. People find it post pandemic, so in-person events are happening. A lot of these companies are investing in community programs because they see long-term value in investing in communities. So there are a lot of benefits that comes along, and there are a lot of opportunity that comes along that you should not say no to. Because for an example, now these companies, for an example, for us, right? We have all these programs, and then we also say, hey, you know what? Come and join. It would be a waste to say no to a certification voucher which is given for you for free of charge, right? Similarly, it will be a waste for you to say, hey, no, I don't want to kind of like engage with different cultures. Because, hey, look, you're sitting at one place and you are able to learn about a new technology, to meet new people from different parts of the world. Don't say no to it. This is like the best time to join a community is now. So why just join any community? Join an AWS community. Now you know about all these AWS community programs, and then you know how you can kind of access to people. We have amazing set of people who are actually engaging with us. So go and talk to them. I'll be around. Go and please come and talk to us. So we'll be able to help you out. And if you say, hey, no, I'm not a person who go and talks to people, but I want to go and search online. So here's the link. If you are interested, go and talk, learn about more about these programs. Do go and do go to this link, and then you'll be able to get more information. So thank you very much for being in this presentation. Hope you learned something new by being out this part of this presentation. So you know why, you know what, and you know what are some of the community programs that we have. I'll be around. Please do come and talk. And to the rest of the session. There you go.
Thank you so much, Afras. I mean, if you guys not motivated to join a community now, I don't know what will motivate you more than this. On this one. Thank you so much, Afras. Okay, so next, who knows Donnie here? Anyone know? Because Donnie been our supporter since 2015. Okay, some people knows you already. Donnie. So Donnie again been supporting mostly all the user groups in Asia. So he supports Steve in Singapore, supported since day one. I still remember he always fly all the way from Singapore to iFlex. Remember Donnie when we used to do that in iFlex, right? So let's all welcome Donnie. Oh, before that, I forgot about it. So we fixed the lucky draw, the feedback now?
This is the feedback for Sharfaraz.
Okay. So please, guys, do scan this one. Spend like a few minutes just giving feedback before we go for the lucky draw QR code.
As we have volunteer speakers taking out their time and sharing their knowledge, we want to let them know, give them the feedback as to what you think about them and how they can take it ahead. Suggestions, compliments, please come through. You'll have this feedback form after every presenter, so please share your feedback for all of them. Thank you. So right after this, after a minute, we'll switch to have the QR code, which we fixed from the earlier one for the lucky draw, and Anirudh will bring that up in a minute. So.
And while you guys waiting for a few minutes, do check the track too, because we're going to start right now 2 tracks. So you guys can check on our website the schedule, or you can scan the QR code for the schedule. And please choose your favorite topic to attend.
All All right, so this is the lucky draw. Please ensure to participate, you register and fill in your details. Towards the end, during the closing note, we will be pulling out the lucky draw and handing over the AWS branded swag across. So thank you. So with that, I think before we start with Donnie's session, for those who have decided between the tracks, now we will be splitting between two tracks and game day. Please feel free to choose your tracks where you want to attend and or participate in game day. For game day, we will be having the introduction session now as well. So if you're participating, please be join us there. You can be directed via the registration booth for game day there.
Okay, so we'll pass it to Donny from here. Let's all welcome Donny on the stage.
All right. Thank you, everyone. It's really amazing. Like, totally agree what Shafras already mentioned. I think AWS user group has been a really long way to start the user groups, and then up until now, we have this AWS Community Day. So for my session, it's not going to be as fun as Shafras. Mine is going to be more on demos, codes, terminals. So if you want to see that kind of like actions, like architecture and serverless microservices, please, please join me in this session. This is going to be one of the, yeah, right. Okay, sure. Okay, so I think people are moving away for game day and the other. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Just a reminder. There's another track happening on the across auditorium from here, and there's also game day happening. So if you want to join them, please feel free to do so. All right, so how many of you are developers? Right, cool. How many are you are backend developers? Cool. How many of you are DevOps? Oh, cool. So that's good, because today in my session, I'm going to share with you some of the best practices that I've learned before I joined AWS, and now I joined AWS, and from the discussion that I had with various developers across ASEAN. So hopefully this session is going to be useful for most of you who interact with architecture and backends. All right. Let me try. So the title of the session is is composing integration patterns in serverless microservices. So another quick check. How many of you dealing with microservices? Cool. How many of you are implementing integration patterns like Saga pattern, asynchronous communication? That's good. Okay, so this is what we're going to talk about. My name is Donny Prakoso. I'm a principal developer advocate covering ASEAN, working for AWS. I have a couple of social media channels. If you want to reach out to me, or if you want to look up into my codes, you feel free to do so on my GitHub account. Now, the inspiration for me building this stack is simply a quote from Tim Bray. Tim Bray was an ex-AWS employee, and now he is a senior principal engineer. He was at AWS, but now he's the co-author, the original XML specification. So he mentioned about if your application is cloud native, means that you're building on the cloud, and it's large scale, it's distributed, and you don't include any kind of messaging component. So probably there's a bug on your design architecture. Now, this really empowers me, because most of the discussion that I had with developers for the past 6 years at AWS, they also mentioned about they're building microservices, but they don't have a really good performance. So I found the underlying problem. Now, this is what I want to share with you. So the key takeaway after you join the session is that you understand how to implement a couple of fundamental integration patterns. I'm going to talk about why API, synchronous API, is not always the answer, We probably need to consider about using asynchronous communication. I'm going to talk about pipes and filters pattern. I'm going to talk about a topic, a bus, and also event bus. And also, lastly, I'm going to talk about saga pattern. Right, so those are the fundamental integration patterns that I want to share with you. And along the way, I'm going to share with you like key AWS serverless services that you need to use if you want to build cloud native, distributed, and large scale system. And lastly, that I want to also share with you a magical tool, something that I really love that I cannot code without it, and it's called AWS CDK. How many of you heard about CDK? Okay, how many of you heard about Terraform? Okay, so good. So CDK is similar to like a Terraform in a way, but to me, CDK is much more magical because you can code with Python, with Java, with .NET, with Go, your architecture. So I'm going to share you a bit about CDK. But nevertheless, if you already adopted ISC like Terraform, it's cool. You can apply this kind of integration patterns in any kind of tools. But in this session, I'm going to share with you how to use with CDK. Right, so now this is a story that, before I joined AWS, I led a large-scale banking in Indonesia and also in Netherlands. So we built a monolith until I moved to another industry. So all my enterprise experience, I've been building monolith, right? And then I moved to telco industry, and that's when I learned about SOA. How many of you ever heard about SOA? Okay, some of you, all right. So SOA, WSDL, and SOAP. And then at this time, the trend is about microservices, right? So we already heard about this. Oh, if you want to scale your applications, you need to grow from monolith to microservices, right? So we heard about that on the internet. We heard that on YouTube, everywhere. But something that we haven't talked that much is about the complexity. Now, this is something that I always say that if you want to build applications, use the right case, right? It's not probably microservices, not the answer for your system. But for those of you who are building with microservices, these are the things that you need to be aware of. Microservices is complex, right? Now, and what I've learned so far is that there are 4 underlying categories on how that we can reduce the complexity. Now, the first one is that you need to think about the operational model. And then the next one is all about the integration, and then automation and feasibility. Now, let's start from the first one, the operational model. You probably heard about serverless, right? But some of you think, how many of you think that serverless is AWS Lambda? Okay. You're not wrong, but you're not entirely right. So I'm going to share you a bit about that. But serverless is an operational model. It's how that you delegate most of those tasks that doesn't give you any value to cloud computing. In this case, it's AWS. So by moving your tasks away from you to AWS, it helps you to be more focused on your objective. The next one is the integration patterns. If you're building with cloud, you need to think about integration patterns. So you need to move away from that kind of perspective. Whenever you build a monolithic, you build everything on your own. You don't need to anymore, because we have different services for different jobs. Right? So you need to think about it. You need to be more open that, oh, okay, so if I want to use like a queue, I don't need to build my own RabbitMQ, right? Oh, I can use SQS. Or if I want to build a fan out, I can use integration between SNS and SQS. Right? So that's something that you also need to understand on how to reduce complexity. The next one is the automation. Right? I know I put it there as DevOps, but actually what I meant is about CI/CD. The DevOps is like a really vast topic. Like it's like different universe. But what I want to share with you is that if you are building a modern application, in this case, microservices, you need to think automation first. How many of you still using services by clicking on the console? We call it ClickOps. Okay. So you need to stop. You need to learn about how to automate everything with infrastructure as code. And lastly, it's all about feasibility. OLI and observability, I usually shorten it by OLI, and monitoring. Now, it's really important to understand and implement OLI and monitoring, because You will not know the performance if you don't have any telemetry about your data. You don't know what's happening under the hood. Right. So these four are the conclusion that I had after discussing with various developers across ASEAN. But I'm going to cover the first three, serverless, integration patterns, and DevOps. Right, so let's take a use case, e-commerce. Let's say that you're building a simple e-commerce, right? We're building an API. You need to, you have an order service, and then you also have 3 downstream API calls to invoice service, fulfillment, and forecasting service. Pretty basic. Everything is happening in synchronous API. Now, if we zoom out, right? If you see previous architecture, if we zoom out all of these services, all these microservices, you will see these boxes. We have 4 boxes. We have A, B, C, D. And this is actually a representation on how that you need to host your application, right? Whenever you build an architecture, when you build your systems, the first thing that you need to understand is that where should I host my application, right? Now, there are a couple of varieties on AWS. As always, AWS always give you flexibility. Now, let me give you a good guidance on how to choose which service that you need to use. Now, you can see that we have, this is a really good slide that I copied somewhere. So we have from the the bottom level, we have Amazon EC2. How many of you knows Amazon EC2? Right, ECS, Fargate. Huh. We need more love for Fargate. And then Lambda. Okay, cool. So, because most of you already know about these services, I don't want to dive deeper into each of the services. But what I would like to let you know is that the operational models, you can see on the left side, we have AWS manages, and the other one is you manage. Now you can see the biggest difference when it comes to choosing the computing options is not all about the technology or how fast it is, but how much or granular control that you want to have. If you want to have granular control over your infrastructure, use EC2. Right? If you want to run container images or container applications, you need to have your own worker nodes. Use Amazon ECS on EC2. Right? But if you don't want to manage your worker nodes, you can leave that to Fargate, a serverless container engine. So you can still run Amazon ECS on AWS Fargate. Oh, but I don't want to manage everything. I just want to manage my code. I just want to focus on my business logic and connection with other downstream services. Use AWS Lambda function. So when it comes to building a cloud native, this is actually a good rule of thumb on how much delegation that you want to give away to AWS. Why? Because your time is precious. The more that you dwell into a day-to-day operations, the more that you need to have more EC2. I'm not saying that EC2 is not good for you. I'm saying is that if you have more stuff that you need to do on EC2 daily basis, running SSH, checking the disk space, is going to take your time. And it doesn't give you any value. Why? Because your users, they don't really care about how fast your EC2 is. They only really care about how much value they get from your applications. Right, so this is something that you need to understand. Now, right, doesn't work. So, okay, so, and this slide clearly describes what I just shared with you. The idea of serverless is to help you to building more stuff. Right, so if you take this kind of like a delegation perspective, on serverless, is actually an operational model. If you want to focus on creating business value, that's what serverless is going to give you. Why? Because you only need to take care of your API and business logic. You don't need to take care about how to orchestrate or deploy your container images using serverless. You don't need to understand about bin packing. Right? You don't need to understand about the container lifecycle. Why? Because everything already been taken care of you. Why? Because with serverless, it removes your heavy lifting. So that's something that I want to share about serverless. And this is one of the reasons why customers and developers, they use serverless, because it gives them agility. They give them more performance. It reduces their costs. Why? Because if you're running like an EC2 or VMs, basically that you need to pay 24/7 every year. But if you use AWS Lambda, for example, you only need to pay once that you invoke that function. And after 1 million invoking, you're gonna get, it's still free. But after that, you need to pay, right? But that's really a good cost to value. And the other one is because with serverless, you inherit every features like highly available and also security from AWS. It makes your application more secure. You cannot just like run AWS Lambda function, write a function, and then connect to database. You cannot do that. Why? Because you need to define the IAM permission. Oh, this function needs, I need to give permissions to this Amazon DynamoDB, for example. So it's secure by default. This is something that you, something like a advantage of using serverless. And this has come to the conclusion that serverless is more than just compute. If you take that kind of perspective, that serverless and operational model, you can easily apply into any layers. Like on the top layer, we have compute. On the compute layer, we have AWS Lambda and AWS Fargate. If you want to run a serverless function, use AWS Lambda. If you want to run a serverless container applications, use AWS Fargate. And then how about the data stores? Oh, I have a file object storage. You can use Amazon S3. Oh, but I want to run RDBMS, but I don't want to manage the nodes. Or you can use Aurora Serverless. Or I want to use NoSQL, but I don't want to manage all the cluster and also the scaling. You can use DynamoDB. And so on and so forth for integration. We have Amazon Event Bridge, API Gateway, Managed Service Kafka, and all those serverless services. So when you heard about serverless, it's all about operational model. It's not only about AWS Lambda. And this is what I mentioned about when it comes to the modern architecture. It's actually follow the web building blocks. It's actually small pieces and they are loosely joined. Whenever you see a serverless architecture, you will see, oh, there's so many services, there's so many icons. It's by default. Why? Because in serverless architecture, in modern application, you only need to use the right service for the right job, right? Like for example, if you're building, like what I mentioned about, you have an application, and then you also need to have a queue, either that SwiftMQ, ActiveMQ, or Rabbit, right? You are going to put everything into one box. But on serverless architecture, the way that you draw the architecture is by separating them away. You have an application, and then you have SQS. Right? So don't get too intimidated whenever you see a serverless architecture, because by default, you will see a lot of icons, but they are there by design. Right, so now we talk about the serverless and also about the computing options for you. Now, if we look again, there's something missing. We only have infrastructure here, right? Anyone wants to take a guess? What is missing? No? $25 credit codes, AWS. I gave it to you. I want to take a guess? Yes. Right. Thank you. Another guess? It gone up to $50 AWS credit codes? No? Orchestrator. Another one? $75? Compute. Last one, 100 AWS credit codes. Correct, integration. Is it you, Pak? Okay, thank you. Correct. It's actually the lines. Now, what we haven't talked about is that when it comes to infrastructure, you also need to think about architecture. What differentiates between infrastructure and architecture is that architecture, we define the correlation between one service to another service, one system to another system. And this line is going to affect on how that you implement your system. Why? On the left side, yeah, you see a serial lines. We have a service A calling service B, calling service C, calling service D. Right. On the other side, we have a totally different interaction. We have A that could call to service B, A could call to service C, and also could call to service D, without having to follow through all this process on the left side. So you also need to think about the architecture. Sometimes we as a developers, we use like architecture and infrastructure, they are the same, they are not. Infrastructure is the underlying resources. Architecture is what defines the correlation between one system to another system. And it could be anything. Left side is the implementation of synchronous call. The right side is the implementation of asynchronous. Now, the magic word is actually coupling. Coupling is the integration magic word. It's actually the variable of independency between service A and service B. And when it comes to couplings, it's not binary. It has a lot of dimensions, like the location, and then how long does it take? And it's, like I mentioned, it's not binary. So it's not whether good or bad. You cannot say that we need to decouple this service. That's not the entire case for most of the problems. But if you think that, so this is one thing that I've learned. When you need to decouple your system, the answer is that if you have more granular control, right, towards your the other service, that is good if you have a high coupling. Why? Because you have control. But if you don't have a granular control around the other service, that means that you need to decouple your system. So that is the general rule of thumb. Now, this is a quote that I really like from Gregor Hope, my colleague at AWS. I mean, he is the author of Enterprise Integration Patterns. Have any one of you read the book? EIP? It's too thick, yeah. But it's something that I really like because in that, he mentioned that in modern core application, integration is not an afterthought, right? So it's an integration part when you define your architecture. Okay, so let's talk about messaging patterns. Now, the first messaging patterns I want to share with you is the synchronous API, something that's quite common whenever we build application. We call service A and then we call service B, right? We get send a request and we get a response. Now, this is a sample implementation of application that I just showed it to you. We have e-commerce implementation. We have a client connecting to Amazon API gateway. And then we have an order service, which is AWS Lambda, and calling to 3 downstream services, right? I have a demo for this. So let me show you, and hopefully it works. All right. How can I switch the screen? Right, so I have a technical issue here. So yeah. Right, I think while waiting for the getting my screen into the projector, let's skip this one. Now, one thing that I want to show on this demo is actually what happened if there's one service that failed to process the request. So we have a service A calling service, we have an order service calling invoice service, fulfillment, and also the forecasting service, right? In ideal world, everything works fine, right? Everything returns 200 HTTP status code with status okay, right? There's no problem with that. But the biggest problem is that what happens is if one of the service called forecasting service, like it just down, it doesn't have any access, it has a failure, it cannot process the request. What happened then, right? So anyone wants to take a guess? What happened if one of the downstream service failed? 500, right? And that means that the entire transaction failed. And imagine that when it comes to like an order API, you're missing this opportunity to serve and getting like the orders from your customers. It's a loss in business. All right, thank you, Mark.
Almost there.
Oh, almost there, okay. Yeah? Oh. Yeah. Okay, so how many of you implementing the synchronous call on your system? One. So that's why you know that if one service fail is going to ruin everything, yeah? Right. Anyone else? You, right. Have you encountered any difficulties on making your API highly available? Right. Okay. So this is good. Okay. Cool. Thanks, Mark. Yeah. So this is what I want to show it to you. Right. This is my. Oops. Okay.
Stop sharing.
Yeah.
Everyone
Oh yeah. True.
guessing passwords.
Yeah.
How many ethical hackers are there? How many non-ethical hackers are there?
Ethical hackers.
The ethical hackers don't put their hands up.
Right.
How many
Okay.
non-ethical hackers?
Okay. That's good. Okay, that's good. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, here you go.
It's good. Okay, I'm going to make it bigger. Okay. Okay, so this is my demo, right? So I'm going to send a test request. This is in ideal world when everything is okay. If I send a test request, the request is being sent, and then hopefully it gets, so it's quite fast. I'm using API Gateway and Lambda. The test exceptions is like mark everything is okay. The invoice service returns HTTP code 200, fulfillment 200, and forecasting 200. Everything is okay, right? Everyone is happy. Now, what happened, right? If I just change some of the this is fun. So what happened if I change one of the, just to imitate, there's a problem in one of our Lambda. I'm going to change the request timeout to like higher number. Let's say that I'm going to change the forecasting service. Right. This takes quite a long time. Okay, so I'm going to raise this to 40. Right. So we see that if I just like run this one, it's all okay. Now, if I just like send another test request, we still need to wait around like 40 seconds. Hopefully, it's already been deployed by AWS Lambda. So what I did was I just had to change the timeout, the sleep timeout to 40 from 0 seconds to 40 seconds, just to like simulate what's gonna be happen if one of the surface is broken, right? Right. So we're gonna wait for a while. See, everything's failed. So that means one order from your customers failed. Imagine that you are receiving 100 customers order, everything is failed. Now that is the problem with synchronous API because it has what is called is coupling dependency from service A requires service B, C, and D to work properly. It doesn't really accommodate what happens if one service fails. Now, I'm going to change it to something else. How can I switch to PowerPoint? Okay. Now, the answer of that solution, the answer of that kind of issue is I need you here. Okay, so the answer of the issue is called messaging or asynchronous communication, right? Now, this is one thing that I want to share with you. When it comes to asynchronous communication, it's not always messaging. You can also implement API to handle asynchronous communication, yeah? So you can still use the HTTP method or protocol, like what we have on the left side. It's actually, when you call a request, the API will going to return you address and correlation ID. And you're going to do like a polling, probably every 5 seconds or every 10 seconds or every minute to get the address by the ID to get the response. Right. So that is asynchronous API. Another way on how that you can implement asynchronous communication is by using messaging. So messaging, you can use point-to-point, P2P, or using queue, or you can also use publish subscribe. Now, there are two kind of ways on that you can implement publish subscribe. The first one is using topic. The other one is using bus or event bus. Now, the biggest difference between topic and event bus is that topic is driven by domain, while event bus applies to the overall application. Right, so whenever you read that on the internet, don't get confused. Topic and event bus, they are same. They are actually publish subscribe, but it's just the context is a bit different. The event bus is more wider. It's an application or system wide, but topic is usually domain driven. Like for example, I have an order domain. They use one topic. I have like a payment domain. They use another topic. Right? All right. So next one. What is the next one? Why? Okay. So this is what I want to share with you is how that you can use publish subscribe or PubSub fan out using message bus. Now, the scope, what I mentioned is the components and applications. It usually have a content-based router. It has a schema validations because we're going to have a lot of events going on or payloads into the system. It also acts as prosumer, which is producer and consumer, right? So in other words, I know it's kind of a bit complicated, right? But in the layman terms, it's as simple as I have a JSON payload, right? With the event called order receive. And then we have a router, we have like a traffic light police, like if this event is A, you need to go to this service. It's as simple as that. Right. It's not really that difficult, but we engineers love to complicating things. So that's how it works. But essentially, it's just a router based on the rules that you define on which JSON payload or what kind of events you want to route to another service. Right? Okay. So one of the service from AWS that I really love is actually Amazon Event Bridge. Now, when it comes to asynchronous communication, you will find a term called choreography. And with Amazon Event Bridge, you can build event bus and you can build content router easily. You can use the source here from AWS services, custom events, and SaaS application. So the first thing that you need to build when using the Amazon Event Bridge is the event bus itself. You can use the default event bus, but I really recommend you to build your own custom event bus. And then you need to define the rules. Right? What kind of event goes to which service, and these are the targets. Right. Now, why I love Amazon Event Bridge is that it has integration with SaaS application. How many of you using SaaS application like Jira or Stripe or Freshworks? Any one of you using SaaS application? Cool. Why? Because with Event Bridge, you can build event-driven architecture easily by having integration with Amazon Event Bridge. So Amazon Event Bridge has a special field called SaaS Event Bus, which is reserved for Event Bridge partners, SaaS partners. We have a plenty of lists that are few of SaaS applications included into the list. You can check it out. I can recall Freshworks, Stripe, Salesforce as well, which means that everything that you do, every activities that you are doing on those SaaS application, it could trigger an event automatically to Event Bridge into your system, which is amazing. Why? Because you can have those data, those events on your SaaS API into your system easily without having any complicated configuration. Now, you're probably asking me, how many of you are using SQS and SNS? Right, probably you are going to ask me, the next question I usually get is that, okay, so what's the difference between Amazon Event Bridge and SQS and SNS? Basically, SQS and SNS, if you integrate, it is actually a fan out. But again, SQS and SNS integration usually a topic. It has a higher throughput than Amazon Event Bridge. But with Amazon Event Bridge, what I really like is that everything is already abstracted away. All you need to do is just configuration. You don't need to put more codes like what we used to do on SQS and SNS. Now, the next question is that when I need to use event bridge, when I need to use SQS SNS. Now, if you want to have more granular control, obviously, go for SQS and SNS. If you go by topic driven, go SQS and SNS. If you want to have like easier way to integrate with SaaS partners or even like a just event bus that the components across your applications, use Amazon Event Bridge. Right, so you can choose whether like based on your requirements. Now I'm going to re-architect the architecture that we had in the first demo. We had transaction fail, like for most of the like for the second request. And when I re-architect the solution using Amazon Event Bridge, it looks like this. First, the request still goes to order service. The order service is going to publish an event called order created. It's going to be received by Amazon Event Bridge, and Amazon Event Bridge is going to fan out those messages into invoice service, fulfillment, and forecasting. Right? And then for the fulfillment service, it will trigger fulfillment completed. It's going to be dispatched into Amazon Event Bridge and going to be routed to logistics service. So the process is going to be, we got an order, we do the forecasting, invoice, and fulfillment, and lastly, we need to do the logistic, right? Everything is going to be stored in Amazon DynamoDB. It's optional, but I put it because I use the DynamoDB. Now, if we go back to the console, okay, so cool. Now, if we go back to the console, this is the asynchronous API demo, right? So if I go to, there will be two. So this is what it's going to be look like. We have order service, invoice service, fulfillment, and logistics service. This is just to make it easier to get all the information. So I'm going to just to send a test request, right? And then I'm going to show you how it looks like. Okay, so we have order service, we have invoice service, and then remember for the fulfillment service, it takes time to process, right? We put like a 40 seconds, and then before it can go to the logistics service. Right. All right, see, you can see that I put the time slip here is 40. So I'm not lying. I really put 40 seconds. So it just to simulate that it's going to be like similar to the previous demo that we had, right? So if I just like refresh this one, right? I'm going to like probably I'm going to send a test request. And then if I just go to the My Console, okay. Right. I'm going to reload this. And then I'm going to run the URL. It's the URL, right? So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to like bombard the request with a tool called Artillery. I'm going to run 100 requests with this. Okay, so if we go to here, you can see that we have an order service going up, invoice service going up, and then this is like applies to all the services, which means that we still have that kind of business transaction done, although that we are moving away from synchronous communication to asynchronous communication. Right, so this is one way that how that you can build asynchronous communications by using Amazon Event Bridge. Okay, so I'm going to speed up a bit. Let me go to the PPT. Where's the PPT? Oh, so this one. All right. Now, the next integration pattern that I want to share with you is pipes and filter. So pipes and filters, in a nutshell, is a really an easy explanation. Is that sometimes in your services that you need to transform your payload into other output. So let's say that you have an input A and then you want to add more properties like, oh, transaction value B, you can use the integration, what is called as pipes and filter. Now, recently, like last year, we delivered a new service called Amazon Event Bridge Pipes. With Amazon Event Bridge Pipes, you can define internal AWS services, like in this case is SQSQ, and then you can also do a filtering, and then you can enrich the payload, and then you can pass it to target. So in case that you need to transform your payload, your events from one source to another source, usually that you need to build your own application that you cannot reuse, you can just use Amazon Event Bridge Pipes. You can reuse those components for another pipes and filters patterns with Amazon Event Bridge Pipes. Right. Now, next one. Okay. Okay, so the next one, and this is something that's really important that I want to share with you, is the message routing. So I show you on how that it works on building an application with asynchronous communication that is called as choreography, but there's another pattern called orchestration by using Saga pattern. Well, for example, with Saga patterns is that if you need to define a workflow, if you have an order service, if you have a payment service, and you need to roll back some transaction in those services, you need to use Saga pattern, right? So probably some of you who are really doing a backend API, you know about what they call as 2PC, right? Two-phase commit. If you want to commit to your database, you need to commit, and then you also need to implement rollback. It's a similar thing, but it doesn't lies in your service. It's across services. Right, I'm going to show you how it works later if the demo works, obviously, because I just built it this morning, 5 a.m. But if you want to use Saga pattern, if you want to use like a workflow, you can use AWS step functions. By far, this is one of the easiest service, and this is what what I call as Swiss Army knife service, because it can apply to almost everything that relates to a workflow, right? So like, for example, if you want to manage your business process, we used to build what they call as BPMN and BPEL. It's similar to that, but this way is much more easier by using AWS step functions. So within these step functions, everything is called, the workflow is called, so you create a workflow, and then you create a state. And then it has start state until terminated state. That's all. You can also have like a if, like a for, like a map. Everything is kind of bit complete with AWS step functions. And right. Okay, so imagine in this case that you have an order service, right? The order goes through successfully, and then that means that you need to ship that item to your customers. The first thing that you need to check is that if you have the inventory in your warehouse. Okay, so we have the inventory. Good. Let's go to the payment process. And then once that we get the payment from the client, if it's okay, then we send the order to logistic, right? And then the logistic process is okay. We're going to mark the transaction as success, and we send the item to your customers, right? But what happened if it's got a problem on the logistic, if you don't get any kind of vendor that could ship those items to your customers? Which means that we need to roll back the payment, and then here, and then we also need to roll back the inventory. So what are you seeing here is called Saga pattern. It's actually on how that you orchestrate the workflow for your microservices. Some microservices doesn't need to have a proper workflow, but some others require proper workflow. In this case, is when you need to handle the transaction that you receive from your system from your customer, right? So let me show you another demo. So let me show you another demo. I'm going to use a step function here. Mhm. All right. Okay, so disclaimer, yeah, I just built it this morning, so there's no guarantee it's going to be working properly. But what I want to share with you is this the same workflow that I just shared with you, and this is how that you define the process. Now, if I just start an execution here, so everything is happening randomly, so I don't know it's going to be success or it's going to be failed. If I start the execution, I'm just sending an empty JSON, an empty payload. You can see here that, okay, so everything is good, inventory process, oh, everything is good. So the transaction marks as success and is going to be sent to the customers. But let's do it again. Let's do it like 3 times. So we're gonna see what happened if it's failing. Okay, it's okay again. Okay, let's do it again. Okay, so we got it failed. So you're really lucky because I never got this during my testing. So you can see here, it has a problem on the logistic. Oh no, it's not. Oh, it wasn't on the logistic. It was on the payment. Let me enlarge it to make it easier for you to see. You can see it, right? So whenever the request, the API goes to inventory service, it says that, oh, we have that item, and then we're going to proceed to the next process, which is the payment process. Cool. And then we do the payment process from the customers, and it turns out it failed. Means that we need to roll back the payment. We also need to roll back the inventory, and we need to mark the transaction as failed. Right. So if you happen to have microservices, this is the best way on how that you define the workflow. All right, so, okay, next one is the PPT. Okay, so this one. Yeah. Okay. All right, so actually the next one I'm going to share with you is actually the CDK on how that you can automate everything into one single tool. I'm going to show it quickly. Yeah. So hopefully you can see this. We talk about serverless, we talk about using various services, we talk about implementation patterns, right? We haven't talked at all about the integration with our DevOps principle. So I'm going to show you how it's going to be if you build this CDK. I'm going to take one example, which is asynchronous event. CDK. Right. So this is AWS CDK. With AWS CDK, you can code your architecture and also the infrastructure using your favorite programming language. I'm using Python here, but you can also use Go, you can also use Java, .NET, and other supported languages. The biggest problem when it comes to infrastructure as code, what you're seeing now is called actually the implementation of infrastructure as code. The biggest problem right now with infrastructure as code, there are so many definitions on how that you need to use the configuration files. With AWS CloudFormation, we use YAML, right? With Terraform, what we use HCL, right? And then you also need to learn everything. What are the APIs? What are the configurations? It's going to be really nice if we can just code our infrastructure. Right. So this is how it looks like when you use CDK with Python. In this case, I'm defining the DynamoDB table, right? The DynamoDB table here, and then I built the event bridge bus, and then I define the Lambda role like this, and then I built the policy statement to make it secure, And then also I define all those Lambda functions in these lines, right? So we have Lambda, we have event bridge, we have the IAM roles, and we have DynamoDB. But there's something missing, and that is the REST API, right? So to define the REST API with the CDK, it's really easy. You just need to use the library that it comes with, which is called REST API. You need to define the CORS, allow methods, and all those configurations that you want to use on your API. And you add the gateway response if you need to, and then you add the integration, and that's it, right? So what happens next? Okay, so the next thing what we need to do is that we need to deploy the applications that we already defined, right? And how to do that? We just need to run, okay, so I typed the wrong comment. So you just need to run CDK deploy. So with CDK deploy, you're instructing CDK to deploy the defined CDK applications into your AWS account. And what amazing about CDK is that you can use it cross-region and cross-accounts, which means that you have this full control on how that you can manage your infrastructure and architecture easily by having your CDK application and your source code in one single repository. In this case, I just deploy the, you cannot see it here because it's quite dark, but actually the output is the API endpoint. And also we have, what is that? Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So we also have the AWS API endpoint, callback URL. There's a WebSocket happening as well. So imagine that you have everything into one single repository. You have your CDK for your ISC, and also that you can integrate with your applications. Now, we haven't discussed, something that we haven't discussed is all about the CI/CD, right? Now, with CDK, we have a library. So the way it works for CDK is that you just use the library. There are 3 kinds of constructs available on CDK: L1, L2, and L3. L1 is the low level for the hardcore programmers, if they want to dive deep into the low-level API. L2 is much more abstracted, right? It's like you need to use a service-based, like Amazon S3. And the L3 is opinionated, that you can deploy a series of services, but this opinionated construct made by AWS. Now, I just want to show it to you how it looks like. And with CDK, you can build CI/CD easily using what is called as CDK pipelines. So with CDK pipelines, you can define the CI/CD using code pipeline and code build from source, build, update pipeline, assets, deploy to staging. You can also define deployment to production. But this is where it's really amazing. It is self-mutating. So meaning that if you change the architecture in your CDK application, it's going to self-mutate before it deploys your application. The usual method that we use is that we need to deploy the infrastructure and architecture first, making sure everything is okay, then we deploy applications manually. But with CDK pipelines, it's self-mutate. Everything that you done changes on CDK, you just need to git push on your into your code repository, and it's going to change everything, which is really amazing, right? So, okay, so yeah, I think that's all that I want to share with you. So everything is, but then again, the question is that you show me the integration patterns, you show me all this automation and all those stuff. And there's one slide that I want to share with you. And that is the slide. Okay. And that the slide is, okay. And then the question is that, should I always use asynchronous? So I use synchronous? So I use the choreography or saga pattern? The answer is no. You can actually mix and match. Like for example here, you can start building with your synchronous API, right? And then you can build your asynchronous communication with SQSQ. You can also integrate with your saga pattern with AWS step functions, and the output, you can send it to do like some kind of downstream services using Amazon Event Bridge Plus. Right. So, but once that you know these patterns, it's going to be easily for you to implement your application. Right, so yeah, I think that's all from me. I know there's a lot of demos and codes. Hopefully that helps you to understand the dynamics of building cloud native microservices with AWS. If you have any questions, please reach out to me on my social media channel. I'll be available somewhere around this campus. So if you have questions, please let me know. All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, Donny. This is so you remember our first community day.
Yeah,
The best thing about Donny's talk always has a very nice and cool demos. Okay, so our next speaker, before we head up for lunch, maybe we do just the survey first. So please do spend like few minutes. Survey. Donny, can we take a picture?
Okay.
Okay, so next we have Javier. Now, Javier been attending our meetups for a while now, and finally we got the chance actually for him to join us for giving a talk. So this is his first talk in our user group. He has very interesting stories. Hopefully he will share some of his stories today's talk. So I will pass it to you, Javier, from here. And please all welcome Javier.
Thank you very much for joining this session. I'm gonna tell my story. I was born in Colombia, and I was an immigrant to Spain 12 years later. Then, let's see, we can show the presentation. Okay, good. In Spain, I went to public school, and I also had the opportunity to spend 1 year in the United States, actually in California, in Laguna Beach, studying my senior high school year. That was very revealing for me because I learned how companies, the power of building companies, because I was surrounded by people that wanted to build companies. It was just before the internet started. We had American Online at that time, and that was very new. Email was like very new as well. Then I went back to Spain, and one of the people now know me because I bootstrapped a company that later on I sell. So I had a successful exit. And at that company, it was acquired by a NASDAQ traded company. My platform as a software service platform, and we were managing in ringgit 10 billion ringgit per year of electricity. Everything was built on top of AWS, and that's one of the reasons that we were able to sell the company later on. You can find a few icons on the bottom. One icon is the university. I went to the public university in Spain, as I already told you. Like, I didn't go to a private university where I made a lot of good contacts. I just made the contacts that you can make in a public university everywhere. And I spent a lot of time in public transport. And at that time, we didn't have mobile phones. So I spent my time reading books. I read all Cisco networking books that I downloaded from the internet and I printed and I read them because every day I spent like 2 hours in public transportation. And I also read all the IBM Red books. Those were the first books that you could find about new technologies and new things happening in IT. So when I finished university, I started the company. I was 23 at that time. As I told you, I didn't have contacts. I didn't have any money. I started the company with the least amount that you can. That's 3,000 euros. That's the legal amount that you can start a company in Spain. This is my QR. You can contact me if you want to be in LinkedIn, or I also have a group where I share technical events happening in Kuala Lumpur. Oh, sorry, I'm going back. So the first company, when I started this first company, since I didn't have any money, I had to do whatever was available for me. So at first, I started doing networks. I would put the cables for new companies. They wanted to connect all the computers, so I did the networking. Then I also did the infrastructure. I installed the servers. I gave them the first email accounts. Then they asked for, can you do a web page for us? So I said yes. Then they said, oh, you know what? But we want to be in the first positions in the search engines. So then I started doing search engine optimization. And they also added search engine marketing. So we also built a team to do search engine marketing. Then another company asked us, can you do e-learning? And I said, yes, we can. So we learned how to do e-learning, and we started doing e-learning, and we actually did e-learning for very big corporations like Capgemini, Ernst & Young, or SAP. Team augmentation, that's a name that changes every year, because team augmentation means taking your employees, your consultants, and sending those consultants to another company. So you are like selling brain power. You are giving your employees to another company. Change management, software. We also did we wrote how to build software for companies. They wanted us to write the methodologies for them, and I did write the methodology for building software at one of the biggest banks in Spain. And we also did software development. So that was custom software development. As you can see, too many services for a very small company. At that time, we were maybe 30 people doing all these services. But this is something good, but it's also something bad, because when you are doing that, you are giving those services in many industries. We were doing those services for banking industry. We were doing outsourcing. When you do outsourcing, you just don't care about the industry. You just send people. We were also doing renewable energy, business schools, and others. If you ask me, can you do this for my business? Yes, I can. It's a different sector. I don't mind. I need the money because I need to pay my people. So I started with no clients, but actually I only had to find one single client. My first client was CJE. That's like a young organization in Spain. And from that client, another client came. I didn't have to do anything. They just talked to each other. So actually, I only had to sell once. But I mean, here you can see very good clients: SAP, Capgemini, GSK, that's the pharmaceutical company, HP, Acciona, Enel Group. This group is 5 times bigger than Petronas. So with this, I was very tired because doing consulting services is very difficult when you are a small company and your employees, they want to get better salary, they want to get a nicer laptop, maybe they want to have an Apple laptop, and you cannot afford that if your fees are not appropriate. But getting big companies to pay big fees is very difficult because it's a matter of who you know. If you are competing just with Brain and you are not McKinsey, it will be very difficult for a big company to pay you because they can get it cheaper in a different company. So I say, okay, let's learn how to play golf, because we thought that learning to play golf was gonna give us better access to the right people to be able to sell our projects for more money. But that didn't happen because actually when we went to take the golf lessons, we took the lessons with other people that were looking for the same. So we ended up being all in IT, and all of us were trying to do the same, get better clients to pay more. We also built a nicer office, very nice office. You can see that thing is like a meeting room. We had a very nice kitchen with very good brands. Those things may seem like are good to retain and to have a happy staff, but it's not really that way. You don't need to have those things to have people really happy about your company. You need something else. So I decided to say no. And saying no is one of the most difficult things that you can do when you own a company, because saying no means excluding a lot of projects that can give you money. But it's very difficult because if you don't have busy money backing you, you are going to maybe have to cut some people, maybe go to a smaller office. But it was the best thing to do because I was really tired about giving services, and I'm going to explain you why giving services is good, because you can learn about a lot of technologies, you can learn about a lot of sectors, but it's very difficult to build intellectual property. And if you don't have intellectual property, it's very difficult to get more value for your company. So remember all the companies that I had at my working as clients? I had to choose, and I selected to keep only those 4 companies. Very difficult. And we also decided to focus on just one sector, renewable energy. And we also decided not to keep building custom software for them, because when you are building custom software for other companies, you are putting a lot of effort, and that effort is going to the company that is paying for your effort. But when that project is done, you have to start again. Maybe a new sector, maybe a new technology. So all the effort that you made before, the only thing that it does is give you the opportunity to start again with another project that will have some issues, because we all know that doing software is very difficult. So those issues are going to be really bad for the team. So I lost a lot of people because they were tired. They didn't like to be switching clients. They didn't like to be in projects that were not interesting for them. So we decided, you know what, we are gonna move from custom software development to a product. So we told our clients in the energy sector, remember the software that we wrote for you? That software is not gonna be available anymore. We are gonna give you the option to keep using that software, but it will be in the cloud. It will be a single source. So what do I mean by a single source? When you do custom software for clients, sometimes if you get a new client, you just make a copy of the latest source code and you start a new branch for that client. So you end up having a lot of different editions of the software. All of them started at some point with the same source code, but each client is going to ask, I need this red thing, I need this green option. And you start saying yes to all those options. It is very difficult to focus on one product if you have to manage all the different requirements for each client. So when you decide to do a single product, all the effort goes into a single product and all the clients have to use that software. If they don't like that software, they can find another option, but it's not gonna be you because you are building a product. It also allows us to rent the software because when you are doing custom software development, the client needs to buy a server, needs to buy some licenses. Maybe they need the database license. And there is also a very big problem with big corporations. If you are building custom software for them, they want to make decisions about what software is gonna be installed in their data centers. So they are gonna tell you, you need to use Oracle, but maybe you don't want to use Oracle. You want to use Cassandra. And I know those databases are very different, but if Cassandra is not certified to run in that client's data center, you are not gonna be able to install your product in that data center. But when you go software as a service, you can choose whatever software is better for your needs because the client doesn't care about the software. They care about the functionality. They care about the problem that the software is gonna be fixing for them. Since they are not spending, they don't have to make an upfront payment for hardware and licenses, you can offer your software to very small companies. Maybe a company that is just starting would like to use your software, but they cannot because if they need to buy $10,000 in hardware and maybe 10,000 more in licenses, that will be very expensive for them. But if you already have that hardware, and in our case, it was in AWS, you can just share the hardware with the new clients. And if you have more clients, then you keep adding hardware. But it will be shared, and the cost will not be just for one client. This is the product that we built. We built all the products needed to do all the energy production, metering, and distribution and commercialization to the end consumers. And here you have two different screenshots of the applications. And we were able to sell our software in Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, South Africa, United States, Mexico, Chile, Guatemala, Panama, Brazil. Yeah. So that was, and we started with just Spain, but word of mouth, they needed the same system in Italy. And Italy, Enel Group decided that they wanted to run the same system in all the countries where they were expanding. Since we are in AWS Community Day, I think technology is very important. But I want to emphasize something. On the left, you have the technology that we use when we were running our servers in IBM data centers on-prem. As you can see, it's just Java, Light Ray, Postgres, Docker. I removed Oracle because it was Oracle before, JBoss, things like that. Very normal. Many of you will consider that legacy. It could be legacy, but remember, clients don't care about the technology. They care about what your product solves. When we move to the cloud, we choose AWS. And there is a reason why we choose AWS. At that time, we were a 50-person company. And we were managing in euros, that will be 2 billion euros of electricity per year in our platform. Clients will ask us, can you give me the security report for your application? And I say, yes, I can. So what I will do is I will ask AWS, can you give me your security reports? And they will give me the security reports, and I will give AWS security reports to the client. And the client will be very happy. Something else, I was giving service to a lot of countries, very far away. South America, America, Africa, Europe. And AWS has presence in all those countries. At one time, we were running 12 VPNs from different countries to AWS data centers because all this infrastructure was mostly private. We also have a shared infrastructure for smaller clients that was open to the internet. Everything was automated with Terraform and Ansible. And that's very important because our clients wanted to have disaster recovery, but they didn't want to pay for that. So if you want disaster recovery, really to have high availability and disaster recovery, you need to run the services in multiple data centers. But if you are doing infrastructure as code, you can recreate the infrastructure in under 30 minutes in a different country if something happens. The only thing that you need to keep in account is the data. You need to be able to have the data replicated. And with AWS, that's very easy. So we solved two of the issues, data replication and being able to regenerate the infrastructure if needed. Then we started to get a lot of money. And that made possible for us to choose different technologies for the new products. And those technologies are cloud native. Scala, Spark, this is Kafka, Cassandra, Elastic, all those technologies are cloud native. But I want to emphasize that you don't need to learn all those new technologies to move to the cloud and start offering your product as software as a service. You can move Java, you can move PHP, you can move Oracle, you can move whatever legacy, doesn't matter. It's just once you are in the cloud, then you can start doing changes and you can add more cloud native technologies if you need to. So a few years later, our company was acquired by Asseco. Asseco is not very well known, but it's a NASDAQ traded company from Poland. And they wanted to buy our technology. They wanted to get also all our engineers, and they wanted to be able to get all the clients that we had, because we had very good clients, very big clients, not many. You don't need a lot of clients if you are targeting very big corporations. It is very difficult to sell to a big corporation, but once you sell to a big corporation, it is gonna be almost forever. Like if you are able to keep the quality, they are not gonna change because it takes a lot of effort for them to prepare all the systems to integrate with you. And I took some time off. I also went sailing with a friend and my wife, and that was very fun. But when you are building companies, it's something that you want to keep doing forever, because I'm too young not to keep sharing, not to keep learning, not to keep building. And that's why we are in Malaysia now, because we choose to be, we wanted to visit Asia. We wanted to be here a few years, maybe 10, maybe 20, we don't know. And Malaysia is a great country to be. It's in the middle of Asia. You speak English. You have many many cultures, many religions. The food is great. It's a country that is very affordable. And there is something else that is very good for all of you if you are starting a company. Here is day zero, like Google, like in you can read in Amazon. Is day zero. Is everything is starting. Amazon is gonna be here opening a new region in 1 year, I think so. So it's just the best time to build here. If you go to Singapore or if you go to California, the competition is gonna be huge. Here is not that yet. Legacy and impact. I know that a lot of parents in Asia, something that I have learned, are afraid of having their kids join a startup or building a startup because they think that, oh, that's not good. Okay, I want to share some of the companies that my employees are working now on. As you can see, Accenture, we all know Accenture, Audible, maybe you listen to books, Deloitte, many companies, very nice companies. So even if your startup is not successful, it is a very good idea to start because you are going to learn a lot of things. You are going to learn about marketing because when you are starting, you don't have money to hire someone to do the marketing. So you are going to have to learn. You are going to learn how to do web pages because you need one. You are going to learn also another things that are not taught at universities. If you are in a engineering career, you are going to learn how to hire, how to talk to people, how to fire. That's something important. You need to be able to fire fast, but you need to do it properly. You need to be able to treat people well. And all those things, all those soft skills are very useful when you move from the startup to a big corporation. And you are going to be able to move to that big corporation in a much better position. You are not going to be an intern at that big corporation. Maybe you can be you can join as director. You can join as many things. So building a startup gives you the opportunity to learn a lot of things that are useful for life. There is also very important, if you have been successful, please pay it forward. In Malaysia, I do two things. I go to, I try to go to a lot of technical events. And at those events, I try to listen to what people are doing. And if I see that I can make a good connection to someone else, I do it. On the screen, you have some real examples. I have been able to connect people that are now going to be able to present their product. I have been able to connect people to VCs where they are getting invested. I have been able to just help people that want to build startups but don't have technology knowledge. That's something that can be fixed. Right now, it's very easy to build a product. And in order to build a product, you don't even need a computer. You can start with pen and a piece of paper. Then, if you have an idea, you have a working prototype, you are going to be able to hire developers if you need to. So pay it forward. Too hard? Oh, sorry. So, terima kasih. Thank you very much for joining the event. My contact details, please feel free to add me to LinkedIn. You can connect, you can follow. And feel free to ask for any help. I will be really happy to help you build your companies, build startups, join startups, and being in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Javier. That was a really interesting story. If you have any question, you can reach out to Javier and maybe have a lunch with him outside. So before we head out for a lunch, just quickly, you guys fill up the form. And again, would love to give you this one as a souvenir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, guys, so after you fill this one, we head for lunch outside, same area where we had the breakfast, and we will go back to any of the tracks at 2 p.m. So we have 1 hour. Okay, so I see you guys in a bit. We'll get the recording on our YouTube channel. You know the channel, right? Our channel. Okay, that's great. Yeah, I can't. I'm going to do my sister.
The only thing I do, I write it. And actually, I'm just relaunching the HashiCorp user group in Malaysia.
Oh, you're launching?
Yes. Yeah, I asked them if they wanted to do that because the group wasn't doing nothing, and they agreed. So let's see if we can organize some Terraform events on board or whatever. Good? Yeah.
Our second time.
Yeah. Great.
I mean, I'm really, when you hearing your story, like, very relatable because I'm also startup. And then the story really resonates with what I'm doing now. Yeah. I learned a lot today.
Thank you.
Saying no to develop, every client needs, right? Like product, doing the product itself. Something like, developing anything, I can accept it.
Yeah. It's very difficult because, but you know what? When you say no, usually they understand, and and for them it's much better because
Because you see this now, because when you say yes to everything, and then the developer itself will be tired for switching context, because that's really happen right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You know that in Malaysia, retention
Yeah.
for employees is very difficult. That's right.
Correct.
And we solved that giving all our employees stock options. You know what a stock option is?
Yes.
So when the company was acquired, they got some amount of money. Some of them got maybe $20,000, things like that. Because they were part of that success. But if you don't share, how do you want them to really feel? You know. So let's see, because I think that stock shares are not something common. Oh, good.
Yeah, just started.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Before this, how you then project, how you get the project from a big company? Because usually when we go to a big company, usually you need like some criteria.
Yeah, golf is not the answer. I mean, like we didn't get any clients from the golf. No, what happened is
for
that
energy.
what happened is that one day we got a call from a small company that needed to write a software
to comply with a new regulation. And that company was in the energy sector. And we did that software for them. So everything started with that. But it was a very, very long one. And then that company talked to another company. So you just need to have that first opportunity, and if you really do a good job, and that's very easy to do. It's just, like, if you say that you are gonna do something to it, if you say that the price is this, then that's the price. If you say that this is gonna be done in 2 months, you have to be 2 months. And when you do that, you are much better than those very huge companies.
Do you outsource any projects to others? Or
No,
instead you just say
we never did. No, we did everything in-house. And everything was also at the office. We didn't have a remote at that time. Now I understand that things have changed. So I will have some hybrid. But we didn't have some.
So your first study is you are custom software for a company, then you make it as a product.
Yeah, but I know that sounds because it's like focus, but they are the owners of the software. But what happens is that if imagine they want you to build this, and you say, okay, you know what? This piece of glass, I already have it. It's like my core library. I have built all these libraries for my clients, but those libraries are mine. So what I'm going to do, you are actually going to pay to use those libraries, and you are also going to pay for us to write this, to add this, because this is unique for you. So that way, we were able to tell them, you know what, you can keep the product because you pay for the product. We can even give you access to the libraries. If you want, you can use the libraries. But remember that those libraries are owned by us. So we are going to build a new product using those same libraries, and we are going to build, we are not going to use the piece that we wrote for you. We are going to build a new one, a new piece that is not just good for you, it's good for all the companies in your sector. So all the companies are going to share the cost of building that. And they are going to pay based in a software service metric. When you have a software service metric, that means that, for example, they pay us depending on the number of smart meters that we were reading. So if you have a company that only has one production plant and they only have one meter, they are going to be paying very little. If they open a new power plant, they will pay twice, something like that. If you are a big corporation, you are going to pay a lot, but you are also getting a lot from us. So that's what allows us to. So if I can imagine that maybe you are writing software for clients. Okay, then you can start building your own library and telling the client that those libraries, you are giving them the right to use those libraries, but those libraries are your intellectual property. So that way, your company builds an intellectual property, and if one day you want to imagine that you say, oh, this is a good, this could be a very good product, because this client likes the product, likes the software. We got a call from another client in the same sector that has the same needs. So maybe you say, you know what, maybe we should start building a product instead of building the same for each client. If you have those libraries, you can tell the client. They will be very happy because they will be paying less, they don't have to maintain the servers, they don't need technical staff, technical people to keep the server running. So yeah, it's great. That's what we did.
Now I'm working with say industrial technology. So you speak about Bobland. So yeah, what's your I'm looking. What is your SaaS application? the company?
Oh, but it was sold.
So,
The company does not exist anymore. Now you will have to check ASECO. That's the company that got the. It's,
so I don't know. So maybe I can explore for all like all the study.
this is
The company that purchased.
yes,
your-
that's the one that that owns my company now.
Do you have any office where you live or you're just
No, I work from home.
where are you based? Staying?
Here in Montreal.
You already stay in Malaysia.
Yeah.
You should have affiliated. Yeah.
Yes.
Really need the idea because we just started our like small social house last 2 years. So far we've been education and also in-house industry. So most of the things we learn from experience is that because we start I do we have to do it, we're doing that. And we face the same problems. We have teams who are so bored and instead went out and they got tired of doing like when startups things are 24/7. Sometimes you need to spend like odd hours. So sometimes it's hard and it's good to have someone to talk about it with.
I'm trying to. The other day I went to an AWS event about software service, and they had someone from AWS Singapore giving a talk about the strategy, and he's very good. And I think that we should organize an event with some speakers like him and others, maybe something about marketing, because startups need that kind of advice. And some VCs in Malaysia are able to give that advice, but other VCs only give you money. They have no experience with how difficult it is to sell software. They don't even understand the software industry. So I think we should organize that, and yeah, your need is something that I think is common. So,
I saw you put with Kain, the PO method.
yes.
You are planning something with method?
No, I would like Mascap and my startup and Cradle and all those organizations to really join forces. I try to go to all the events that they do. She's great. She's doing a great job. Actually, she's giving a talk in September.
Yes.
So, but yeah, she's good. You can learn a lot from. I mean, we can learn a lot from her. In my web page that you can. That's javierrosjimenez.com, or you can just scan.
Yeah, I see.
You have all my contact details by LinkedIn, and there is also a link to a group, a Telegram group that I created where I share all the events, technical events happening in Kuala Lumpur. And I created that because since I go to most of the events, and it is very difficult to, there is not a single place where you can find what is happening in technical, what events are going to happen in Kuala Lumpur. So I try to share those events in that group, and if we organize something, I will pitch to that. Yeah. But feel free to ask me any questions to LinkedIn, or you have all my contact details. Happy to help. Happy to see other companies. Do we go have?
Yeah.
Can you have a? Yes, sure. So I think running that in the back.
Yes.
Because I was really woman in Portugal.
I actually made a video about that event and you can check the description. I don't know. Yes, it's great. Tak apa, ambil over and say and stuff. Banyak. And itu yang ada kurang cakap. Oh, you're from Invoke. This I tell you, it applies to Invoke yang yes, dia macam no one is so familiar. Apa? Dia apply to yes. Dia dah dapat dah kerja. Itulah ada run juga agensi sendiri, tapi agensi sendiri tu mostly project dah masuk maintenance phase. I mungkin nak ini actually kita orang ramai kawan juga kat Indo. Haji, Wan Hari, yes, dia masuk. Thank you so much. Orang belajar saya tengah kerja. Sekarang adik ni sampai tadi kompetisi sekarang tu cuma dia design up. Sorry, detail. Sorry, detail. Baru pergi event ready juga kan? Kita punya projek tu, kita orang last event juga itu kita orang cari orang nak tunjuk kita punya brand. So kita validate itu. So
हाँ सर, नहीं बस अभी थोड़ा वो शाम रात रात का स्वैग्स का तैयारी चल रहा है, शाम का स्वैग्स 7:30 we are all going out for dinner to a place close by. So we are being hosted by Laura Sakharas.
लौरा कौन है?
अभी जो बंदी थी।
अच्छा वो आई हो लौरा आई है जिसको कॉलेज वाले को
हाँ, वायलेट
वो तो
वो तो हम लोग
हाँ।
तो अभी बात आ रही है बहुत
पंप अप करती है ये दूसरे हीरो बन गया अरे मैंने बोला कि इसको मेरे को तो सिंगल सिंगल लगा पता है फिर ट्वीट और ये कहाँ चलेगा दो चार
कंटेंट मिस हो जाता है।
हाँ
सैमसंग है ना?
मेरे को भेजो सब फोटो
आपको मैंने आपको बॉक्स दिया ना?
बॉक्स घुसा दिया भाई मेरा बैग में सब घुस
बस बना दिया था, अभी सोचना है किसके क्या क्या लेना है।
बैग्स में तो उसको रात को मिलेगा
हमने वो देखिए वीडियो ना,
ये तो जब भी कुछ पोस्ट देंगे ना कौन सी फोटो का ये हर एक दिन देता ही है मेरे ये रात को देंगे
रात को, हाँ।
मेरा क्या
ये मतलब ये मगर मेरे को ये समझ में नहीं कि अंदर का टेम्परेचर बताएगा।
हाँ वो अंदर का बताएगा जब पानी जाएगा ना तो
अगला स्पीकर का 2 बजे का शुरू हुआ है।
वो कौन है अगला स्पीकर
वरुण
वरुण के बाद में लोग अभी खाना खा रहे हैं ये लो रहा है लेकिन मलारी ये बंदा तो सिंगापुर गया है हाँ सुना है सिंगापुर जाके लेकिन सिंगापुर सामने है यार 3 घंटा लगता है इमिग्रेशन का लाइन 1 घंटा
अरे एक्चुअली 15 मिनट में हो जाता है वो। कल ये हो गया इंडियन फैमिली बच्चे के साथ 3-4 महीने 5 महीने का बच्चा होगा ऑलमोस्ट 1.5 घंटे में अटक गया पेपर वर्क करते
नहीं लेके आए थे पासपोर्ट बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट नहीं लेके आए ना
कुछ तो उसी को
हाँ वही होगा
वो लोग लेते नहीं आए। इसको माइक चालू है ये वाला।
Okay, hi guys, how you doing? After lunch, a bit sleepy. So now hopefully Varun will make us awake. So Varun been supporting our community for many years as well. Now he always attend everything that we do. This is third time we give a talk. Fourth time or third time, right?
How many of you have an idea about DevOps? Great. And okay, so can somebody please voluntarily tell me what do you understand by the DevOps? Anyone? Like a couple of folks have raised their hand, and I wanted to make this session a little bit interactive. So just wanted to know about what do you understand by DevOps based on of your experience. So there is no such kind of exact or ideal definition, but anything coming from the audience side would be really appreciated. And cloud operations, infrastructure operation, yeah, that is one of the definition, right? So anyone else? Integration between the development, yeah, absolutely, it's a part of that. So there are a couple of definition, right? So out of that, there are two folks who have responded to me that infrastructure automation and integration with the development, right? That is pretty much good, right? So typically, those who are not familiar with DevOps, so let me just give a quick introduction of the DevOps, and then I'll go with the security, right? So see, as I told you, there is a not such a specific definition for that, but in terms of a layman language, you may understand, right? The first of all, we need an operational people. The infrastructure people are known as the operational people, right? And the development. So whenever you convert your infrastructure task into the development script, is a kind of DevOps. It's one definition, right? There are so many other things, right? But on top of that, whenever you are converted your infrastructure thing, right, towards the automated script or any script like shell scripting, cloud formation scripting, Terraform scripting, so that means you are converting your operational thing into the development. So that is a part of DevOps, right? So in same way, once we integrate the security over there, then it is a part of DevSecOps, right? Sec is for the security. So typically I assume like in 2023, most of the people, those who are sitting over here or those who are watching me online, they have familiar with the DevOps. They know what is CI/CD pipeline. So those who do not know, like CI, that means the continuous integration. CD, that means the continuous deployment, right? Or continuous delivery. So there is a difference between the deployment and delivery. So whenever manual intervention is required to promote your build towards the production, then it is a part of continuous delivery. And whenever it is completely automated, it is part of the continuous deployment, right? CI/CD pipeline. So the moment you are going from the development side, you are pushing your code to the GitHub, and then you are moving towards the automated testing, like unit test cases or all. Then you build your artifacts in terms of Java. For example, in Java, you can build a Maven build, something like that, right? Maven or ANT build, right? And then you are going for the testing purpose, and then you should deploy it, right? So this is a typical CI/CD pipeline flow nowadays everywhere, right? So the moment you integrate the security, it would be a part of DevSecOps, right? So whatever the what are the benefits for this? It's typically, I can say, majority of thing, it is very fast. We can save the time, and the moment we save the time, and time is directly proportional to money. So the moment you save the time for your organization, for manpower time, for engineers time, right, or for the infrastructure time, then you are saving the time for your organization, and you are saving the money for your organization, right? So moreover, this is one of the example, right? And I have a small demo, right, for the same thing on a Jenkins, where I can provide two CI/CD pipeline, which will provide you the Sonar Cube and other security tools deployment, right? Not in very detail, because we have some specific time limit, right? So I would try my level best to provide the details over there, right? So this is like a few steps you can see. It will check it out, the code from the GitHub. Then there is a Maven clean phase is going on, then the Maven build, then unit test cases, and now the security in terms of security, we can see the Sonar Cube analysis is already integrated over there, and then we can package the Maven artifacts and deploy to the Tomcat server. So this is a typical CI/CD with security pipeline. You know, this is how a screenshot taken over here, right? Now, before demo, I just wanted to ask, and I just wanted to interact you guys, right? Why we required a security in operations? Development, yeah, pretty much I can get the answer. Why we required a security in operation? Anyone? Third party vulnerability, okay. Anyone else? So before you can interact, anyone, please. Yeah. Okay, that's one genuine answer, right? So I will let you know one of my real experience over there inside the operation development. Many people know about that. Inside the operation, typically the infrastructure. So I was working in my last organization, and I went to my office almost 10 o'clock, and then all my team was waiting for me and said that, hey, Varun, where are you? And I said that what happened? Then they said, our Jenkins server has been compromised, right? And it's a typical DevOps account, and we are running more than 100 accounts in AWS, right? So our one of the Jenkins server has been compromised on Thursday night, and it was a long weekend for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And the cost we have saw on Monday morning, it's $45,000. 45,000 US dollar, and that's the first day I have felt sweating on my head in the aircon room, right? It's like temperature 16, 18 degree, and I'm sweating. Oh my God! Like, how do we recover it as a team, or how do we recover as a company, right? So we are discussing over there. Then we have shut down all the machines. So somebody have compromised our Jenkins development server and run the Bitcoins machine, almost 20 machine in each region. And that time 20 region was exist. So almost 400 big machine was there, right? And the cost within 3 days is 45,000 US dollar, right? So now we have turned off everything and shut down everything. And that day I came across the seriousness of the security, right? We have learned so many things about the security, right? We have heard so many things about the security. The moment you are responsible for your team, right, and you are responsible for the entire account, and then you find such kind of huge mistake or such kind of huge compromise of your account, right, then you realize the actual need of security, right? So that day, yes, I realized it. And that the same day I have came across to know about the abuse engineer from AWS. How many of you know about abuse engineer in AWS or any other cloud platform? Yeah, go ahead, Sandeep. Yeah. So abuse engineer is someone in AWS. If you have your account has been compromised, then you have to call them, and AWS support team will be provide you the one abuse engineer, and those who are helping you to retrieve the cost or retrieve or refurnish the account from scratch, right? And that point of time, we are one of the upmost customer for AWS. So I directly called to my account manager, which is known as TAM, right? Technical account manager. And then within 1 hour, the abuse engineer have called us, right? So that abuse engineer provide all the details that you have to delete each and everything. You need to change the root password, delete all the users, and change all the key. So many things happen. But yes, he saved our 45,000 US dollar. It will be waived off from the AWS account. And then that point of time, I realized it. Yes, in the bigger infrastructure, you require the certain SOP for the security, even though for your infrastructure, right? You cannot just say to your junior person like, hey, go and create one Jenkins server or any CI/CD server and use it, even though it is for your development account, but don't do that. Right, so that's one example I just wanted to let you know for the security, because this topic is for the DevSecOps. So this is one of the example. The another example is that why the DevOps pipeline or DevSecOps pipeline required for the infrastructure. Okay, so the previous example, how do we save such kind of incident? So in the previous example, like how we can save such kind of scenario, right? So in such kind of scenario, if you have a proper automation of your infrastructure, and of course, whenever you gonna launch a new server, there must be some certain rule set which will be secure, and also there is a change management system. So you have to take some approval from your senior, right? So in such case, if you are utilizing the automation in the infrastructure, this kind of compromising the Jenkins software or any other server would not be possible. The second case, after some months later, right, after 4 or 5 months later, one of my teammates was working on the Kubernetes session, right, in a development account. And of course, with one click, we can change one account to another account, right? In AWS, such features belong. So in that case, what happened? that guy thought, okay, it was my, and he is running everything in an automation way, right? Terraform code, everything is there. And he thought, okay, it is my code and it is in a development environment. So he deleted, rather than the deleting from the Terraform, right? He deleted from the console because it's his code and it's quite normal, right? So that is the beauty of DevOps, right? So whenever you're gonna terminate something, just focus 2 or 3 times. So he deleted the production load balancer of a payment gateway of a media website, right? Now the entire payment gateway was stopped, and it was somewhere near to the football World Cup, FIFA World Cup, right? And most of the Malaysian people, folks, they wanted to subscribe that channel, right? So I'm talking about Astro. So now we figure it out. Okay, such kind of thing happened from our teammates, right? And then we suddenly recover the load balancer, created the load balancer, and everything was fine. Now still the payment gateway is not up, and then we realized that load balancer has been hard coded inside the code, right? And that code has been managed and maintained by a vendor. So such kind of difficulty you have to face it, and I had already faced it. So DevOps is good, automation is good, but there are some pros and cons of the automation. So the moment you automate everything, right, then make sure before terminating anything, double check, triple check, right? Or make a change management system to get an approval and all, right? So that's a couple of things, right? I just wanted to share, right? Before the demo, I wanted to, okay. So I just wanted to discuss a couple of the principle of DevSecOps, right? So like infrastructure as a code, right? So you have to do all the things inside the coding, right? By Terraform is one of the good thing, or AWS CloudFormation, or any other infrastructure tool what you are comfortable with, or what your team is comfortable with, right? And then provide the CI/CD pipeline and try to build the microservices architecture as much as you can, even though if it is not inside the microservices architecture right now. So you need to revamp everything and then try to build a workload inside the microservices architecture. So those who do not know what is a microservices architecture, it is serverless architecture with managed services like AWS Lambda, EKS, or ECS, right? And DynamoDB, API gateway, such kind of tools you can utilize in AWS. And then then the basic thing is collaboration and the communication. So before the DevOps, everybody was sitting in the silos. So people, those who are working here, those who are sitting here and working before 2015, they know how the blame game was going on, right? I was the system administrator, and whenever the new development uh, release go live, then if there is something wrong, the first thing developer team lead comes to me and say that, hey Varun, there is something wrong with your server. And then I said that, come on bro, the previous one is working fine, there is something wrong with your new code, right? So okay, so 15 minutes left. Thank you for that. So something wrong with your code, something wrong with your server. So this kind of blame game always happened in the previous era. But with this DevOps pipeline or DevSecOps pipeline, you have a proper collaboration and communication with that. And then each and everything like automated testing, continuous monitoring, logging, end-to-end responsibility, rapid feedback, emphasizing learning, operational efficiency and resilience. And of course, for the DevSecOps, you have a security compliances over there, right? So these are the basic principle you have to follow for that. And moreover, I have a very high level slides like faster development cycle, more efficient resources utilization, and greater business agility. So the moment you completed your DevOps pipeline or DevSecOps pipeline within 5 to 15 minutes, of course, it is very faster, right? Compared to the human intervention, or previously we are doing manual intervention, right? So in compared to manual, 5 to 15 minutes is really fast, and you can get the feedback within 15 minutes from the end user, right? So what are the security challenges we have? So typically balance between the speed and security. So if you require more security, your speed will be less. And if you require more speed, then your security will be compromised. So you have to make a balance between these two checks, right? Then the human error. So whenever you are utilizing the DevOps pipeline or any CI/CD pipeline, there will be a very zero chance for human error. Even though if you are terminating your live load balancer, it's very less chance to rescue that also, right? So again, while terminating anything, make sure like it is right thing you are terminating. So, secure coding practice. So the moment you started the DevSecOps pipeline on the day one, then anything goes wrong with your code in terms of the user interface, in terms of the operation like server infrastructure network, or inside the code, you will be keep it keep it saving, in point in terms of security. You are keeping your code secure right from the day one, and limited visibility to the infrastructure. So might be you guys agree or you guys not agree with me, but being a developer, if when being a system administrator or cloud administrator, if I have a CI/CD pipeline, then being a developer, I would not provide you any access of the cloud, right? And the moment you achieved 100% DevOps in your own organization, that gonna happen. So none of the developer having any access of the cloud except the AWS Cloud Watch logs, right? Only the logs session and the CI/CD session, you have the access, read-only access. That's all, right? So yeah, limited visibility into the infrastructure. So yeah, that's the DevOps best practices over here. What are the best practices? So you can see the early detection of vulnerabilities, continuous security, compliance management. So AWS config, might be you know about that. So all the policies or all these rule sets for the security of your infrastructure, you can utilize inside the compliance management. Collaboration, communication, speed and agility, and you reduce the risk while running such kind of thing, right? Cost efficiency, improve trust and confidence, scalability. So scalability is a part of cloud, right? And automation and consistency. So it is completely automated and consistent, right? So that's the way how we can utilize the security inside the DevOps pipeline. Now let me quickly share the screen and show you the demo. And of course, we have very less time, so rather than doing the full demonstration, how do I? So meanwhile, any question related to DevOps, DevSecOps, anything? Anyone? Come on, guys. I know you had a great lunch, right? Okay, so this is one of my application built in the Java 11, right? Where you can write your name and register yourself, which will require your first name, last name, registration, phone number, email address, birth date, right? So I'm not going to provide the detail and discuss about this application. Moreover, I'm interested in to provide this detail, right? So the moment, let's build it one more time. So yeah, the moment you build your pipeline, right? So almost right, it will take about 2 to 3 minutes, and each and every step of your pipeline has been done successfully, right? So first of all, Maven build, like downloading your code from the GitHub, then cleaning with the Maven package, like Maven clean install, something like that, or Maven clean only, then Maven build, then you have to run some unit test cases, and if you're writing a code in XML, or if you're writing the code in Java, then of course you need to provide the XML details for running such kind of unit test cases. And in the middle, you can see the sonar cube analysis, right? So that is one of the security features, security tools. Might be you heard about that, right? So there are several utilization you can utilize as a sonar cube, but here I have just integrated with my pipeline, and then when it is analyzed, then it will create a package, and that package has to be deployed towards the server, right? So this is complete CIC, continuous integration, where I have integrated the GitHub, Linux, Jenkins, uh, Maven. So these are the tools, SonarQube, and the Tomcat. So these are the tools I have integrated as a part of the continuous integration. And the moment last thing you can see the deploy on the server. So that means the continuous deployment. So the moment you can click here, the deployment, and those who do not familiar with this green screen, this is the Jenkins, right? Jenkins is one of the CI/CD tool, one of the very famous and very famous tool, right? And here you can see the all details, and the moment I click on this link, it will open my application. Same thing, right? So it means I don't have time to make a change in that and then provide you the details. So that's one example. And another example of the Jenkins, same thing. So SonarQube might be many people have been familiar, right? So this is the another example. I have run the pipeline again, means run the pipeline for a different job, right? And here you can see the coverage trend, the check style warning, the find bug, right? So these are the tools where you can do the unit test cases. What are the coverage trend? How much the aggregate analysis result? What is the check style warning trend? So these are the features of the security, right? So might be first time you're looking into it, right? So you just click any of the tool and it will provide you the details, right? So here there are a couple of ways to go. For example, find bug warning. So here you can see the history, and if you can go down, right? So it will provide you the file name and what is the issue or what is the warning. You can get in detail, right? So for example, bad practice of the code or malicious code, right? So if you can click over there, so so this is the detail. In contact.java line number 67, malicious code category is there, right? So what I mean to say, the moment you integrate such kind of tool, right? You integrate such kind of tool with your pipeline. Either it's in Jenkins, either it's in AWS code pipeline where you can utilize all the tools from the code pipeline, code build, code artifacts, right? And there are so many others. So the moment you gonna utilize such kind of security tool from day one, then your code must be secure and must be consistent, right? So you will save so much of time of your developer, your operational team, your security team, as well as overall, right? So that's how you can save the time for your organization. Again, time is directly proportional to money, right? So that's all about the demonstration. Now, how can I switch to the slides?
Demo finish.
Yeah, demo finished. Stop sharing. I hope this makes sense to you guys. At least can you say yes, no? Is this making sense to you about the DevOps or DevSecOps things? Please say yes, no. I know you had a very good lunch, right? You feel sleepy, but at least for the community shake, say yes. Hey, hi. Hello, come on, respond it. It's a three-way handshake. Thank you for the response, right? Because being a speaker on a stage and people are not interacting with you, it's a nightmare, right? So So yeah. So again, the previous slide, what I have shown you is the DevOps pipeline without the security test. And previously in the DevOps also, like a couple of years back, we are doing everything on a security test at last, right? But now the trend has been changed. And how the trend has been changed? Like the developer do some security test with their own laptop with some third-party tool integration like SNCC and all. Like you are utilizing Visual Studio Code for your operational thing or your development, you can utilize SNCC, and there are multiple other Git tools also, right? So you can do it the primary testing of security in your laptop itself. Then you can push your code to the GitHub. Again, you can integrate SonarQube over there. You can integrate SNCC over there. There are a lot many other security tools you can integrate with your GitHub or Bitbucket or GitLab or any source code management tool you are utilizing over there, right? You can integrate anything, and then while testing, you have a security, then you have a build, then you have a security test cases, right? Then deploy, and then security, then test, right? So that's how each and every step in your CI/CD pipeline you are making it secure. So the moment it is more secure, you know how the security, how you can, being a developer, being a technical guy, being a technical engineer, or being a managerial person, or being a company owner, you know what is security and how much it is important, right? So that's how the DevSecOps is running in this flow. Oh, this is not working. I'm sorry for the trouble, guys.
Technical.
I think. So any question meanwhile? Come on, I can see almost 50 people are sitting here. You have any use cases to discuss with me? Any question, anything? Yeah, go ahead.
Most of people using DevOps in cloud lah, in general. So do you have any experience in like on-premise CI/CD pipeline in the on-premise environment?
See, DevOps, okay, so once you are talking about cloud, there is a two cloud, right? One is a public cloud, one is a private cloud. Yeah, so one is a public cloud, one is a private cloud. So nowadays, in the on-premises also, they are utilizing the VMware infrastructure, the Citrix infrastructure, the Hyper-V infrastructure, right? So the moment you are utilizing the VMware, for example, it is a king in a private virtualization, right? So the moment you are utilizing the VMware, right? Again, it is coming to the same thing, right? So either you are on-premises with the private cloud, or in the public cloud, it's gonna be same. There is not much difference I can see. Until unless you are not utilizing the physical server to run your workload, and if you have such kind of legacy system, then you have to change the legacy mindset from your product owner to the product manager to your technical team. And that is one of the biggest challenge ever I face being a DevOps team head, to change the mindset, to change the legacy mindset, to adopt the new strategy, to adopt the modern architecture, and leave the legacy things behind, right? That is one of the biggest thing. But with the time, I think people will also learn about that, and will also think about that and adopt the thing. Anyone else? Come on, guys. You guys are technical folks. Come on, interact.
No one? Okay, I'll
Yeah,
ask one.
go ahead, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead with the mic. Oh, you have one.
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah.
Nobody asking, so let me try. So Varun, usually if we talk about DevSecOps, so what do you think? What is the challenges you're facing in that? Because we need tools. If we need tools, it incur cost to the company, right? So what are the challenges you face? You have to ask your company to implement that, right?
See, for the DevOps, there is a slightly less challenge rather than DevSecOps, right? So the moment you are trying to talk about the security, can you bring the previous slide, like one more slide? Yeah. So the challenge I'm facing inside the security, because all the tools, for example, you are utilizing a modern architecture in EKS or ECS, right? AWS ECS. And the moment you're gonna utilize one of the most famous security tool, Palo Alto Prisma, might be you guys knew about that, heard about that. Prisma is one of the tool which can be utilized for the security in terms of the containers, right? So the moment you wanted to scan all the containers with Prisma, then there are certain criteria from that tool side, you have to follow that. So whether that criteria your product team or your company policy will gonna be adopt it or not. So you have to become, before utilizing those tool in security, first of all, of course, the budget is there, because most of the security tool is not free right? So once it budget is allowed, then you have to do some R&D, and then you have to discuss with the right people from the product team, and then bring the details to the company, right? So I think I have very less time, so I'm almost winding up my session, but these are the summary of key takeaways. So DevSecOps integrates security into the DevOps process, what I have already explained you, and the security challenges can arise when implementing towards the development. So you guys are technical folks. I strongly believe that's why you are here, right? So might be you're a direct stakeholder or indirect stakeholder, but you know how the security is required, right? How much security is required. The last slide. And that's all. Any other question, any other discussion? If yes, then please let me know. Again, this is the scanning slide from me. If you wanted to reach out to me in LinkedIn, please scan it and let's have a discussion on LinkedIn.
Awesome.
Hope there is no questions. So thank you, Mo, and thank you all. I hope I have been informative to you for this session. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Varun. Guys, keep security in mind. Security first. This is a souvenir to remember this day.
Thank you, Mo.
Thank you so much, Varun. Guys, again, just spend a few minutes to fill up the form. It's really important for us and for the speakers, so we can improve for the next year. We have some technical difficulties with the slides. Hold on. Okay, guys, just give us a few minutes to reshare the whole thing. You share my screen, okay? Do you see mine? Yeah. This one. It's you. Okay, guys, so this is the link. You can just spend 2 minutes giving us the back before we move forward for the next speaker.
This is very important, guys, for us, right? So please fill this form and provide your honest review for that.
Okay, so guys, next we have a very special guest today. So we have Dheeraj, which is the user group lead in Pune. First time in Malaysia? First time. So he's first time here just to give a talk in our community day. He's very active. He did like a couple of interviews with all the AWS leaders around from Dubai, Malaysia, India, all around the world. So you can just check his YouTube channel. We're going to share that right later. So you can gonna check his YouTube channel. It's really interesting. He talks about cloud, automation, community, a lot of things. So I'll pass it to you from here, Dheeraj.
Thank you. Hi, guys. So I do understand after the lunch, some of you might feel sleepy. I am also feeling sleepy. That is the reason I'm connecting. So let's have an interactive session. So in this session, I am not going to talk at a very high level where I will share with you the use cases about EKS, Kubernetes, how we can implement it. I will start with the scratch. Let's start from the basics. So before we start, may I know who all over here are using Kubernetes? Okay, quite a lot of people. And how many of you are aspiring to use Kubernetes in their coming career or in their new jobs that they are seeking for? Okay, fantastic. So I think that is nowadays the hot cake that everyone wants to have because every company is looking to go onto Kubernetes for putting their application into a microservices architecture, correct? But today I am going to tell you before going to a Kubernetes cluster, what you should know. The first thing that a person who is working as a DevOps engineer, who is going to work on this migration of on-premise clusters, if they are having already onto Kubernetes, or if they have a monolithic application which is on-premise and they have to migrate to cloud, or they have to migrate onto a Kubernetes cluster, what they should know. So nowadays, the trend that I am looking into is Kubernetes. Many companies say that we have to migrate to Kubernetes and they will start with the work. But before starting the migration to Kubernetes, or before going from a monolithic application to a microservices based application, there are a lot of things that you should know. Those are the fundamentals. And if the fundamentals are not correct, trust me, your microservices architecture will be up and running, but after that you will face a lot of issues because there is a lot of learning curve when you go to the Kubernetes side. And containerization is one of the in-demand need for every application nowadays. The reason for that is digitization. So during the time of COVID, you guys knew that a lot of things which were offline, a lot of businesses which were working offline, so they all have now migrated to cloud. That is one of the reasons. And those businesses were very huge, which were in offline businesses. And now their model to be implemented has to be in microservices based architecture. The reason for that is those are huge organizations and they have every different departments which would require different kind of microservices, and that microservices should work together. So let's get started with today's talk. So let me test this. Yes. So I will start with the basics. What is Kubernetes? That you guys will tell me who are working onto Kubernetes. Okay. Then we will understand why we require a Kubernetes for migrating a monolithic application to a microservices based application. Again, you guys are going to enlighten me with your thoughts or the implementation that you guys have already done. After that, I will let you know what is the reason and not what is the reason. After that, I will let you know that what is the easy way for migrating onto a Kubernetes architecture or for migrating your monolithic application to a microservices based application by using AWS EKS. Okay. Along with that, I will also tell you that at the end, the features, overview, and what things you have to take care of while you're working onto AWS EKS that everybody misses nowadays. Those are your best friend, that is documentations, or the user guides that we have. Nowadays, I have seen a trend. So the current company in which I'm working, that is EPAM Systems, it is spread across 70 countries, more than 20,000 employees. So I am associated with the current company from last 1 year. Trust me, I have taken around 150 interviews in last 5 months for infrastructure as code and Kubernetes. So the reason for me coming up with this specific topic is I want you to understand that you should understand the fundamentals, because if you are a job seeker who wants to go towards Kubernetes, you should know the fundamentals, and that is what your interviewer is going to see inside you while he's going to judge you whether you're suitable for the job or not. So that is the primary focus that we are going to look into today. So let's start with Kubernetes. So people who raise their hands about Kubernetes, I would request them to tell me what is Kubernetes. Anyone? I have a diagram for you that you can use. Correct? Anyone else who wants to add upon container orchestration tool?
Yeah, we deploy an application on a container, and that container build on a virtual system, either on a server or either on a desktop also. And in one desktop, there could be a multiple container. So that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to add something else? Nothing? Yes. So in a nutshell, Kubernetes is an orchestration tool that is required to monitor the containers that you have hosted. Now, when it comes to Kubernetes, we don't call it containers, we call it pods, right? In which we are running our containers. Now, the pods that we run, it can be of single container or it can be of multiple containers. That is a sidecar to the container that you're using, or any dependency application towards your application that you're having. So that is how it is been known as the orchestration tool, correct? Now, tell me what are the features of Kubernetes? Quickly, you guys have worked on it. Auto scaling, fantastic. Load balancing, yes. Automatic deployments, yes. Rollback, fantastic. And availability, resiliency. And last but not the least, running our application into a containerized fashion, where we segregate our different components of our application into microservices, and we run them onto the worker nodes, or that is known as the worker node, or the EC2 instances, or your servers that you're configuring to run the containers that you're looking for your specific application. Now, moving forward, so this is the basic Kubernetes architecture, right? Now, when I have to actually, if I have an on-premise server, or if I have an EC2 instance, okay, on which I am hosting my Kubernetes, so onto that, whenever I'm going to do it manually by using kubeadm or some other option, in that way, what I will have to do is, I will have to create my control plane. As part of my control plane, what I will have to do is, I will have to install the binary, or I will have to install the binary, and I will have to run the pods, okay, which would create a process at the backend. So I will create one for control manager, right? Who can tell me what control manager does? What is the work of control manager? Mastermind behind the control plane that you're having. It is like your head office who controls everything. That is your controller manager. Now, what is scheduler? Okay, fantastic. Anyone has to add anything? So he has said the basic functionality, but why exactly we use scheduler? There is more to it. Come on, guys, you have worked on Kubernetes, right? I saw a lot of hands. So I'm just asking you about the fundamentals. I have not even went to the next level where we would be talking about the advanced Kubernetes. This is just the fundamentals. That is the reason I'm discussing it today. So scheduler is one of the component which is used for scheduling your pods, as well as it also checks that whatever EC2 instance or nodes that you have, it will check which is going to have the capacity on which it has to do it. In terms of resiliency also, it comes into picture. So this is one of the foundational and fundamental process that is required in your Kubernetes. Now, when I'm saying this, when we are hosting this by using kubeadm or something else, you have to install it, you have to run the process, you have to run the command and check whether your process is up and running and it is interactive. If it is not, you have to go in the configuration file of it and you have to do the changes, correct? Now, moving towards etcd. Can you guys tell me what it is? Yes. What it stores? Okay. Okay. So how it stores? In what format? Key value pairs. So it is kind of a dictionary kind of database, right? That we use, in which the values that we are storing for the pods, it is in key value pairs. So this etcd is kind of database that again you will have to set up while you are doing a manual Kubernetes installation for your company. Then after that, what is the API server? Okay, let me put in this way. Why we use the API server as part of your control plane? So all these components that you have, you're running as a process, they have to interact with each other, right? And when they are interacting with each other, or when they're interacting with the pod on which you're running your containers, it is interacting by using the API, and that is run by the process of API server. So I have just discussed with you guys about 4 components of Kubernetes. There are many more to it. Okay. Now, can anyone tell me, to set up this Kubernetes architecture, just the control plane, how much time you can take? How much time it will take? Will it be 1 day, 2 days, or it will be a lot of efforts that would be required from your end? Fantastic, fantastic. So that is a very good explanation about it. Now, talking about this, so sometimes it takes more time also. Now, when I was speaking about this, many a times I have seen companies. I was working in a banking domain in my previous company, that was Barclays. Okay, at that time when we were migrating our application from monolith to microservices, whenever there is something new in market, people say we want to have it, correct? So that is what which came in. They asked us that we have to containerize our application, that is a monolithic application, into microservices. Let's go to Kubernetes. Okay, and I was the one who have done the POC. I didn't took it to EKS. I have taken it to ECS, because while you are migrating your applications, you have to understand what is the need for that application. If you require a simple containerized application, ECS is a go-to service for you in AWS cloud. If you're looking for a complex implementation, at that time, it is EKS. Now, moving back to the control plane. So now I spoke with you guys about just 4 components. I think 8 to 10 people raised their hands for Kubernetes. And when I spoke about the fundamentals, when I questioned, one or two people were answering. So do you understand the learning curve when you are actually implementing it is so high? Correct? Do you guys agree? Agree, not, no? Yes, no? Maybe? Yes, okay. So this learning curves actually utilizes a lot of time of yours. The reason for that is, if you can see the transition of technology that we had in the companies, it was so sudden that the people who were already working into companies, into support profiles or into some other profiles, where they were interacting with all these applications by supporting them, but they were not having that specific knowledge. That is where DevOps came in, right? Where developers and operations started working together. So with that part of DevOps, there are many support teams also, application support team, who migrated their career from being only a support engineer to a DevOps engineer, right? So in this kind of scenario, if you tell them that go ahead and host your application onto a Kubernetes self-managed clusters, it is going to be very difficult for them. Now, to ease your job, AWS came up with a fantastic service, which is known as Elastic Kubernetes Service. So in Elastic Kubernetes Service, to create the control plane, I guess one guy just said that from Rancher, it will take 1 day. If we are doing it from KubeADM, it will take 1 or 2 days. That is for the basic applications. When you're going to have a large application, trust me, it is going to take months. But before migrating that to EKS, months is for migration. But before that, to make a team, it will take you more months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, because the learning curve of your existing resource is not that sharp compared to the migration that you are aiming for. Let me put it in this way. When you have thought of migrating it, have you tested, do you know that what kind of workforce you have? Are they having that knowledge? No, right? And if you ask them to migrate, trust me, it will come as a boomerang for you guys. So in this way, what cloud providers are doing is they are making your job easy, where people can, people like early adopters of Kubernetes or the startups who are there, they can easily migrate to containerized applications by using ECS or EKS. So that is the way EKS came into picture. Now in EKS, guys, trust me, go to AWS console, create a EKS cluster. It will take 10 to 15 minutes to create your EKS cluster. What you have to define? You have to define your VPC, you have to define your subnets, you have to define your security group, you have to define your NACL for it. That is it. Your EKS server is going to get created in just 4 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, and boom, your app cluster is up and running. So that is the power of AWS EKS that we are talking about today. So looking forward about EKS, you should know what exactly EKS handles for you. Oh, okay. So in this diagram, what you can see over here is the control plane is fully managed by EKS. So whatever components you want to use, you can define that components as part of a EKS cluster. You only have to take care of your worker nodes. Now, your worker nodes that you want to deploy your applications on, those worker nodes can be of 2 types. One is it can be a self-hosted one, it can be EKS Fargate, or it can be just EC2 instances. Okay, so there are multiple options that has been provided to you. So for example, if somebody says that, Dheeraj, I am already having a cluster running on AWS EC2 instances, so can I make that worker node as part of the new EKS cluster that you're looking for? Yes, you can do that. Now, apart from that, if you have a new team, so for example, whenever I am creating a cluster or migrating the application, do you know what are the basic prerequisites that we come across while we are working onto it? The basic prerequisite is that you have to understand that what kind of memory allocation, what kind of EC2 instance type you have to onboard for your specific implementation that you're doing, right? So these all small things we think that it's not that important, but trust me, when you're going to work in a big organization, they are going to be behind you to ask you why you have selected this specific EC2 instance type as part of your EC2 hosting applications. Okay, so you should have that knowledge also. So if you have a very good team who knows about the costing, who knows about the budgeting, who knows about the security, and who knows about container isolation, who knows about how to manage, how to patch, how to upgrade, if you have that team or if you have that knowledge, self-managed EC2 instance is a good option for you. But if you don't have that, in that case, you can go with Fargate. So in EKS Fargate, you don't have to provision an EC2 instance where you have to predefine a memory or space to your specific EC2 instance on which you are going to host your pods, not the containers. I would say the right word would be the pods, right? But when it goes to EKS, it becomes serverless. So it is AWS who is managing it, and they decide. And trust me, when you see the changes, so if you have not tried it, try it, see some use cases online. It will show you that people who are having less knowledge and they are using their self-hosted EC2 instance for Kubernetes cluster, they are having a lot of budget issues. But when they migrated to serverless, it helped them because their team was not having exact knowledge about what are the EC2 instance on which they are hosting and what are the cost implication to that specific application that they are going to run. Okay, so in that case, if you don't have that team, then you can vouch for EKS cluster. Now, moving forward, let's see the architecture of EKS. Okay. Okay. So in architecture of EKS, Kubernetes control plane that has been managed by AWS. After that, we have the worker nodes. That is our responsibility. We have to take care of the worker nodes if we are going to use EC2 instance. So when I say that it's our responsibility, that means you are going to decide which specific operating system, Linux or Windows, that you want to use. You have to take care about the licensing part for the operating system. You have to take care about the security. You have to take care about the isolation of the pods that you're running onto it. You have to take care of the security. So this is all things you have to take into consideration when you're going to do a EC2 based deployment. But when it is EKS, you don't have to take care of all these. It is going to be automatic. Now, trust me, when I'm talking much about EKS Fargate, don't take me wrong. EKS Fargate is for people who are the early adopters, who have less knowledge about these things, but people who are having good team, they can go to EC2 based implementation. The reason for that is they can save a lot of money because there are a lot of tips and tricks. But apart from that, if there is a banking application, trust me, they have n number of rules and regulations that you have to follow. And in that use case, they will never allow you to use serverless. The reason for that is the control of your pods would be in hand of AWS, as it will be managed by AWS. So for banking domain, I have seen that they, whatever happens, they are ready to bear the cost, but they will make sure that they have it separately on EC2 instance where they will have full control, because the AMIs that they use, they have a separate team of AMI which constantly runs vulnerability checks, and in every 15 days they release a new golden image that you have to deploy on your specific containers. That is the security that a banking domain takes care of. As soon as there is any vulnerability or security threat, they will come up with a new AMI. You have to use that. So in that scenarios where security posture is considered as top notch, in that use cases, you can use the EC2 instance based implementation. Now, apart from that, etcd database that is also managed by AWS, and Kubernetes scheduler and Amazon VPC, we are going to take care of it. The reason for that is the worker node that we are going to deploy. For that, we will create our own VPC, our own subnets, and we will use the ENI, Elastic Network Interface, to make the connections. Why we require the Elastic Network Interface? The reason for that is when an API server wants to connect with our worker nodes, at that time, it would require ENI for the VPC onto which we are installing our worker nodes. Now, moving towards next. So I think it has been cropped, but let me tell you guys. So the above part that you see, it is AWS managed. That is the master nodes. So whenever you create a Kubernetes cluster, there is a master node which takes care of your container Kubernetes orchestration that has been managed by AWS and the etcd database. Now, if you see the third part, that is the Kubernetes worker nodes that we have to manage if we are going with EC2 instance-based implementation. Now let's understand the architecture over here. So in this, on the right-hand side, what you can see is it is the EKS cluster, which has been managed by AWS, where you will see that we are actually communicating by using a network load balancer to send the traffic to our specific work nodes that we have over here. Now, this is a private network onto which it is connecting to each other, and they are having static IPs. Now, the ENI that I was talking about, that specific ENI is also used for the API server to send logs, okay, and the changes for the etcd. So whenever there are any changes which are being made to the pods which are being deployed onto your specific VPC that you have created for your worker nodes, it is going to transfer that information back and forth. Okay. Now, so I guess I have covered most of the part of Kubernetes and what is the need of migrating to Kubernetes and what is the need of migrating to AWS EKS. So after looking at this, what do you guys think? Is Kubernetes on-premise implementation or self-hosted Kubernetes clusters are easy to be used, or AWS EKS? What are your thoughts on it? Good morning. Come on, guys. I spoke for almost 30 minutes.
It's a depend on if you have a security concern, then you can go for the self-hosted one. And it's like a banking organization, they have more security concern. So they like to go on the self-hosted Kubernetes services. Else you can go for the AWS.
Anyone else would like to add? Yes?
I feel like the manpower to manage an entire cluster by itself in different regions is a lot to ask of engineers that have, and Kubernetes is so complex that hiring is a very tall task. So it's better to just outsource this type of work to AWS.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to add? Okay, I think if you have not tried AWS EKS yet, so after this specific session or after today's AWS Community Day of Malaysia, you should try once. And if you're having any problem, you can reach out to me on my LinkedIn. Okay, I can assist you over there. Now, right now we have just spoken about AWS EKS implementation. Okay, now EKS implementation you can do by using AWS console, which will take you 4 steps, or you can do that in one command also by using AWS CLI. That is the beauty of AWS bringing in new services. So it integrates it so tightly with different components of AWS, which is already in place, which actually eases your job. Now, the basic knowledge that you need to have when you're creating a cluster by using AWS CLI, you should know that what are the VPC IDs that you have, what are the subnet IDs that you have, and what are kind of security groups and another security association that you would like to do, and your worker nodes would be up and running. Same in 10 minutes by using one single command. So that is another benefit if you're using it by using AWS, that is AWS EKS. But apart from that, as you know that AWS is already having a bunch of services. So when it comes to high availability and resiliency, you have load balancer, you have availability zones where you can spread your different EKS cluster implementation. So for example, when I create a EKS cluster, I don't create the subnet in specific availability zone only. If I'm doing it in AWS US East 1, that is not Virginia, it is having 6 availability zone. So I will create 6 different subnets in 6 availability zone, okay? And I can associate my specific cluster onto it. So when I'm going to create my worker nodes, So to have that high availability and resiliency, what I can do is I can deploy my worker nodes onto different availability zones, which would increase my resiliency and high availability of the application. And if it is a business critical applications, then trust me, it is going to be a wonderful implementation that you guys are looking for. Now, integration with AWS services. What is integration with AWS services? So have you heard about IAM? What is AWS IAM? Yeah. Yes, identity and access management. So AWS IAM is one of the oldest service, and trust me, one of the best service. It is having integration with every SSO. All the ISO standards are being followed. And apart from that, if you have your existing Active Directory that you want to merge with, if you want to use the Active Directory of AWS itself, so that is one of the difficult part when it comes to implementation, because every company wants to use their same Active Directory or create a new one based on the Active Directory or architecture that you have. So that eases your job in terms of IAM. Now, in terms of security also, you can have multi-factor authentication or different things. You can create users, you can create groups, you can create different policies. You can actually try to restrict the access that you're providing to the resources that who is going to work upon your EKS cluster as part of your application. Now, support for open source Kubernetes tooling. Now, does anyone know about AWS EKS Anywhere? Yes, Sandeep. Okay. So Sandeep, can I run that on Azure Cloud? Google Cloud? Yes. So guys, that's the beauty of EKS Anywhere. You can run it anywhere. So suppose if you're using Azure Cloud or Google Cloud, from there also you can use EKS Anywhere. And EKS Anywhere is also having a lot of components, which is open sourced. Okay. So very soon I will be sharing a blog where whatever I'm talking about, I will make sure that I will share you the reference link for the talk that I have given today, because I want you to see that whatever I have said on this forum today, you should trust me by looking at the documentation. And it is and the documentation that AWS is having for EKS and EKS Anywhere, it is so self-descriptive, means you have 5 to 6 use cases. So I am just talking about EKS. You can use EKS Anywhere. You can use EKS Fargate. You can use EKS Distro. You can use EKS with AWS Outpost. You can use EKS as a hybrid implementation where you will have your Kubernetes cluster hosted on-premise, and you are orchestrating by using AWS EKS on cloud. So these all use case scenarios you will have in the documentation, and trust me, you will also have the code into the Git repo of AWS. So try to check that if you are an enthusiast who wants to learn EKS in depth. Secure and compliant. So in terms of secure and compliant, when it comes to control plane, that is the the heartbeat of your clusters, that is Kubernetes cluster. Okay, and when you're doing it on self-managed or on-premise, it is your responsibility to take care of security. AWS is not going to take the responsibility. But when it is EKS and it comes to control plane, I'm not talking about the worker nodes. I'm just talking about the control plane. So for control plane, AWS will take full authority about the security and compliance that needs to be maintained. Apart from that, it is also been integrated with the security and compliance tool that AWS already has as part of the services, where you can use CloudTrail or WAF or other things where you can restrict the DDoS attacks, or a lot of things that we have already in place, Guard, DOT, Inspector. We have a lot of service in AWS. So that is the second point. Along with the third one, we have services which will make it secure and compliant, and you can integrate them with the existing services of AWS. Now, moving towards fully managed. So fully managed would be for EKS Fargate. So Fargate would be fully managed. So when worker nodes are also being managed by AWS, along with the control plane, it will become EKS Fargate, where security and compliance will also be taken care by AWS EKS, because you're using Fargate. And trust me, when you're using Fargate, suppose if I am using a EC2 instance, self-hosted, and onto that I'm running 2 pods, okay? It is my responsibility for pod isolation or the container isolation. I have to make sure that those specific 2 pods should not interact between each other because they are using a shared resource, correct? 2 pods running on one specific EC2 instance. But when it is Fargate, Fargate takes care of it. Fargate takes care of your isolation of the containers that you're running. That is a very important part of your security posture that your company is always vouching for. So now, efficient resource utilization. As I said, when you're using EKS Fargate, at that time, it will make sure to only provision to provision the containers with a specific RAM or with the specific space that has been required to run the container. It is not going to waste any extra resources. So for example, if you're having any EC2 instance hosted Kubernetes cluster, in that if your application is not having that load at the current moment, you're going to pay for the unused resources also. But when it is EKS Fargate, at that time you don't have to pay. So it will be pay as you go. So if you're working for a small workload, it will be a small amount. If you're going to work for a big workload, it will be a big amount. Now, moving to the final part, seamless upgrades. What I mean by that, when you are having your self-hosted Kubernetes cluster, it is your responsibility to upgrade your Kubernetes. And trust me, that is a pain many a times when you're having a complex environment. And Kubernetes is that kind of open source tools. It has such a vibrant and active community. They keep on bringing updates back to back, and they keep on bringing bug fixes and vulnerability back to back. So it is your job to make sure that you have to keep on upgrading that so that you don't face any vulnerability in your production environment. If it is your on-premise, but when it comes to AWS EKS, EKS takes care of it. It will upgrade it. It will keep it patched to the latest one. Not even the latest, the stable version that is right now working without any vulnerabilities or other issues. Okay, so this is one small architectural diagram that says that how you can use AWS EKS. So AWS EKS, as I spoke, you can use with AWS Fargate, as well as you can use with AWS EC2, Amazon EC2, where you are going to manage your own EC2 instances. Now, moving to the next one, that is the EKS Anywhere that I was talking about. So in EKS Anywhere, what you can do, you can have your self-managed resources that you can orchestrate by using AWS EKS. Okay, so it's not only self-managed cluster. So if even if you want to take care of your clusters which are been hosted on Azure Cloud or Google Cloud or Oracle Cloud, that is also possible. So that kind of flexibility AWS has provided by using AWS EKS Anywhere. Okay. So now moving to the last part. So I won't explain this, but you guys should know. So just have a quick look about this table where whenever you are confused, what is AWS EKS Anywhere and what is AWS EKS, you just look at this table and you will understand that what exactly is the difference between both of them. Why to use it, when to use it, how to use it. Now, when it comes to how to use it, it is not there. Sorry. For that, you will have to watch the official documentation of AWS. And I will share the reference link. Apart from this, people who are enthusiastic about learning AWS EKS, trust me guys, there is a very good resource. There is AWS EKS workshop, which will teach you AWS EKS step by step. That is a hands-on lab from AWS itself, free of cost. Now, in that specific implementation, they also take care that they use those kinds of resources which are in free tier, which will not cost you much, but yes, you will have that learning curve and you can quickly understand how to provision your EKS clusters, how to create your worker nodes, and how to associate that specific worker nodes to the EKS clusters that you have created. So for that specific documentation, I will share with you the reference link by Monday itself. So you can actually check up on that. Now, I think I'm done from my end. If anyone is having any questions, I am open for questions. And if Mo is saying that we are on time, then I am sitting behind. Come to me, I will answer your questions.
We still have few minutes for some
Okay.
questions. If anyone
Okay.
want to ask.
And
Okay.
apart from that, if you want to connect, this is my QR code. You can scan it, and we can collaborate if you need any help. And trust me, if I don't know it, I will make sure that as I have a vibrant community in India, as well as across the group, being a community builder, I will get some help for you to answer your questions. Yes, please.
So you mentioned that it's a seamless upgrade for EKS, right? So I've recently involved in one of the upgrade. It's actually not very, my opinion, right? Not very seamless because you have to go through the documentation. You need to understand what you need to do because Kubernetes evolves really fast. So and EKS from EKS side, it also adds on more complexity. So previously, I had to install additional plugin uh, for EBS, right? So I had to install additional plugin and we had to set up IAM role and OpenID Connect so that from Kubernetes it can assume the IAM role. So there are a lot of things that you need to actually
right? So that's Unicorn Rentals. And that's where our dear friend Fahim was the CEO, and I'm sure people understood the problem statement well. So, all right. So there were 14 or more teams that joined during the entire event, and I'm just getting the winners' team name. Yeah. So as I said, there were more than 13 teams that competed through the day, called 7 quests, and were rewarded for doing it the right way and in a quick manner, right? And we have a top team with 4 members. The winning team, with a big round of applause, is the Cloud Watch. Do we have him? Oh my God. Please come over. So the team members are Keechong Long. You have Angia Hu, Jason A, and Julia Bageri. Yes. Yeah. Each one. One, yeah. Yes. And we have had the biggest share. All right. Yes. Thank you, Fahim, and congratulations to the winners. So we had a few more giveaways to do. So towards the end, our dear friend Shafra has helped us to add a few more questions. Would you like to run the Kahoot for us? And so basically we'll have all right. So each question we have a giveaway. So whoever answers it correctly and quickly gets the award right away. All right. So over to you.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we should give the first place winner, right? From each question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Or maybe do you want to do like the first 10, top 10 after the quiz is over? Because
Sure.
some people might get 2-3 times if say like Steve, he's gonna take all the.
So we have top 8 that we can award.
Yeah. Okay.
Or top 10.
eight.
Top 10.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So, if you have not joined the Kahoot quiz, please do join the Kahoot quiz as soon as possible. So, and we're gonna have that Kahoot background music, which is like oh.
See all of them. Can you make the volume of it? I think the only So just a quick question for the referrals one. Whoever's name are there and you're in the room, you please confirm if you have given the email. If anyone left out and not given the email, do let us know. All right. Okay.
All right, 108 people. Is that all we got? 109. All right. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the game begins. All right. First question. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. What does 53 of Route 53 mean? Is it 53rd service of AWS? Product manager was 53 when he was launched. Architect lived in Avenue 53. DNS user support 53. That's the right answer. Let's go. All right. Some of you got a 53rd service of AWS. Who was that? Okay. And some of you said it's a product manager 53. What?
Give him a swag for a human.
All right, so let's go and check who's. Oh no! Oh no, we are in trouble. All right, Singapore Bole on top. Arvind, Siak, RF, Bobby. Open. All right, cool. We're going ahead with the second question. What is zero trust? What is zero trust? Security method, model and mechanism that solves IP address, a new AWS product, and so on. Alrighty, a security mechanism that provides security controls around digital assets. That's zero trust. Awesome. So 65 of you got it right. Let's see who's on the top. Bobby! Arvind, Javier, Z. I don't know what the last name was. Anyways, question number 3. What service simplifies application connectivity between multiple regions? It is VPC Let It Go, VPC Lactose, Reduce, VPC Lattice. So the answer is Lattice. Thank you everyone who chose Let It Go, Lactose and Lettuce as well. So let's go and check out who are the winners are. Bobby on the top, Arvind, Mag, Enik and Javier. Awesome. Question number 4. Developers can track AWS via SDKs, CLI, console, all the above. All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, all of the above. In case if you got it wrong, go and check out AWS documentation. Bobby, Arvind, Bitnat, Javier, Jerome. Awesome. So, quiz question number 5. How old is everyone? 10 years, 17 years, 20 years, 25 years. How old is Steve? How old is it? All right. The answer is 17 years. So it's, yes, it was launched in 2006. It's pretty, wow. A total shift. Cool. So 6th question. Which one is not an AWS shared? Hot Rocket, Firecracker, OpenSearch, Kubernetes. Should be an easy one. AWS initiated. That's the keyboard. All right, Kubernetes. You know who started it. So The rest of it, if you are interested to go and check out AWS open source project. It has a couple of it, very interesting projects. Pian on the top, Jerome, Siak, Ashir, Dai Geho is on the 5th place. All right, now question number 7. Which city is the first city to was launched at? Seattle, Bangalore, Cape Town, Virginia. All right. Most of you thought it's either Seattle or Virginia because those are pretty popular as well. But it's just actually launched in Cape Town. So Cape Town is the right answer. Somehow, some of you got it right.
Dave is back.
And even Singapore Bole got it right. All right, let's go. What's the tool that provides intelligent recommendation to improve code quality and identify an expensive line of code? Who is that guru? DevOps guru, cloud guru, code guru. All right, let's go. Yeah, most of you got it right. That's Code Guru. So let's see who's on the top. Oh wow, Pian is on the top. Singapore Bole, Ashir, Siak, Oscar. All right, question number 9. Which of these is service? All right, let's see who gets it right. Amazon Mechanical Turk, Flexible Payment Service, Amazon DevPay, Amazon Single Payment. Oh, nice. Some of you got it right. It's either you did know about it or it was random. So somehow you got it right. So that answer is Amazon Secure Payment. Oh, wow. I don't know how. Who's Pian? Yes. So Pian, Singapore Bole, Oscar, Arvin, Ashir. Awesome. Let's go to the next question. Last 3 to go. What is the oldest AWS service you can use from an AWS now? Oh, so the answer it's a tricky question because S3 and then SQS is just couple of months apart. So SQS is the winner. So that's why. In case if you selected S3, I feel like giving you a swag for that, but yeah, let's go for SQS. Pian is on the top. I don't know if somehow Pian knows the answers, and then Singapore Bole of course knows the answers. Because he's a hero. What is an AC2 instance type training? This is a repeat of a question. Easy. Let's go. But the answer is incorrect, right? Yeah, it should be inferential. So this is, yeah. Boo! So it's out. So this is out. This question is out. This says it's deep. There you go. So clarification is training. The answer correct answer. Okay, there you go. Okay. Last question. Oh wow. Okay. Last question. What microservice is not? To read the answers itself will take about 30 seconds. All right. Best practice is not to share database across servers. So that includes the question. So let's see who's on the top. Actually, first 10 winners or first 10 in the list will get some facts from our organizer. So let's see who's on top 3. Oscar, Singapore Bole, and then yeah, awesome. So we have Shah and Javier on fourth and fifth places. So let us get the top 10 list so we'll be able to see. Good job. Okay, so we're gonna review the report. Players. All right, Kaushik, over to you.
So Singapore Bole, Oscar Lim, Shah, Xavier, Ryan, Sia, Gerald, and Dai. We'll give you one by one. You can give it one by one. Yeah, not good. Yeah, I'll give you one. So,
Okay, can we have Pian first?
all right.
Good job. So then Singapore Bole on the second place. I think.
And we have Oscar Lim.
Oscar.
Shah, Xavier. We have Xavier. Xavier already done. Ryan. Bruce. Oh, okay. All right, so Sia. All right. And all right. Thank you. All right. So with that, today we conclude our very first AWS Community Day Malaysia. And yes, I think it's a big round of applause for all of you who have come out in such numbers to support this initiative, to be part of it. And so with that, we would like to thank all the sponsors, the gold sponsors, Exabyte and Couchbase, the silver sponsors, eCloud Valley, Blaze Clan, and G Asia Pacific. And apart the supporters, which would be AWS, Monash Malaysia University, Confab, and Sessionize. And of course, to all our speakers, right from our keynote speakers, to Sharfraz, who shared why and how we can join the community, and the other 10 speakers across 2 tracks who took out their time, volunteered, who flew in from multiple places and traveled from across Malaysia to spend time and share their knowledge with us. And thank you to all of you to come out on a Saturday and spend time with us to ensure that you are able to learn. So a big round of applause for yourself. And we would like to thank AWS for coming out and supporting this activity. We have Laura, Donnie, staff, Raj who's here, Fahim, Keith, Naj, Brian, many more who have come out on a weekend to support this activity. So thank you again for the support. And last but not the least, the entire crew of the AWS user group, Malaysia, all the volunteers, if I can call all of you down to the dais, please. All of you, come on. Yash, Sujay, please join in. So those who have, again, taken time to be part of this, volunteering, please. Let's come in for a quick group photo, everyone. Mo. All right. A smooth, event for all of us. So thank you to the entire team. And we hope with this we were able to add value to your journey. And thank you again for spending your time with us. One thing we would like to call out is that as part of the user group, this is while we have done the very first community day, we also do monthly meetups. We do it at various locations where many enterprises, startups come out and support and host us as community. And we host this mostly on the third Thursday of every month. How do you learn about these events and how do you know about them? You can just join us on the user group, which is on meetup.com. You can scan this QR code right here, and in which we will be announcing all the meetups that will happen. So next month, we will come back with our meetup, which happens on a Thursday evening at a new location, so that you can come learn from your peers, network, and hear our volunteer speakers who would give the sessions during those days. So I hope you will come back for the next time and support in huge numbers. With that, we would like to close this event, and thank you again. All right.
Everyone sitting there.
Yeah.
Just announce.
All right. So with that, we would like to just continue. We started, then the number of people we started. So we'd like to just do a group photo. If everyone could come to the front row, and we would do.